I didn't add me to the stage. I was talking without adding me to the
You're screaming. Oh, you when you scream, oh my lord. Hello, everyone. Sorry, Crimes was going to take over the show because I had a bit of an emergency, but I'm on hold for the few minutes, so I'm not too sure if I have to go. Are you still there? Guess she's not. Hello? I'll say hello to everybody else. Can't hear you now. You're muted. Let's see. Hello. Hello, Jane.
Rochelle, can you hear me now?
Yes, now you're not yelling. Whew.
Yeah. I wanted to fix my mic real quick. What I was trying to tell you is that there are people here now, so I can go ahead and do it with everybody, and we could talk about it, and we can have all the fun. It's up to you, because
yeah.
Now I'm not talking to myself.
Yeah. And then onward and upward to Melody Ferris. Yeah, I can't remember when her sentence date is too. Hello, Rosemary.
Hello, Rosemary.
Thursday, I believe. I'm going to double check on that too, because can't wait to see what she gets.
Jane said that I was muted. At least I don't get apples thrown at me, Rochelle.
No, you just yell and take out our eardrums.
I wasn't muted. I was fixing my mic.
Oh. Yeah, you're gonna have to go ahead and start it because I can't. You're got it up on yours.
Oh, that's fine. I was waiting for you to.
Yeah, you got to. It's about 20 minutes in before anybody even comes into the courtroom.
Okay. So let me go ahead and fix that real quick on my screen, and then just let me know. Go ahead and talk and let me know when you want me to hit the play.
No, just go ahead and hit play. I'm looking for Melody Ferris's.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Melody on the 5th.
Yeah, I think it was 2:30.
No,
that's what I'm trying to find.
Black Swan is sentenced tomorrow. Oh my goodness. Okay.
You're loud again.
How is that happening?
You are very loud.
How's this?
That's better.
And reckless homicide, 2023 GS 103985. As indicted. Are there there any recommendations? Well, first, who's appearing on behalf of the state?
Timothy Finch on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Is there anyone else who will be assisting you in the presentation of this case?
Not in the presentation of the case. Then the secret helped in the preparation of the case.
And Ms. Wilson is present as well.
That's correct.
Who's appearing on behalf of the defense?
Bethany Young.
Good afternoon.
Nathan Williams on behalf of Ms. Morosi and Chris Michio will be handling part of
Hey,
the-
Shrez.
But louder, there's a vacuous courtroom, we're not, I know you soft spoken. But if you can speak up a little bit more loud, a little bit louder for me, and of course, I know you. Nathan Williams, and who did you say would be assisting you?
Chris Michio, he's the
And how's Chris spelled?
CHRIS, Your Honor,
And your last name, sir?
GRAM is Mike, ICCIONI on behalf of Jamie Conrad.
Thank you very much. Are there any recommendations and negotiations, Mr. Hatch?
No, Your Honor.
And does Ms. Komorowski have any record?
No criminal record, Your Honor.
Have you explained to your client, ma'am,
You want to sit at the podium? Or do you rather have-
which is better for you? The podium's closer, it's probably easier for the court reporter to hear everything and report everything. Mr. Williams, have you explained to your client the charge, the punishment for rights?
I have,
Do you believe she understands the charges, the punishment for rights?
I do have
Does she wish to plead guilty or not guilty?
guilty.
Hey, Jamie, can you pause it for a sec?
I do.
Yep.
Has she ever been evaluated to?
Just want to ask everyone, this is where she pleads guilty. Do you just want to jump forward to the victim statements? Or do you want to hear all the judge say, do you understand this? Do you understand this? Honestly, Jamie, I watched this and I thought to myself, so I went and watched a phone call, and did the phone calls hit completely different after seeing
Mm.
this?
Oh yeah, I'm sure they do. They were disgusting.
Yeah, 2 says jump to the victim statements.
Okay. Do you know around where that is? Because well, actually, I think
Right
I
there,
found it.
the first one's gonna be the mom. So
Right
go
there.
back.
It's going to be right about here, I believe. Want me to hit play?
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
First would be Ms. Lisa Miller, the mother of deceased Samantha Garage.
It's up to you. I'm sorry.
We'll sit at that.
That's fine. Ma'am, if you would tell us your name for the record.
I agree,
My
Shrez.
name's Samantha. No, it's not. My name is Lisa Miller. I'm Samantha Miller's mom.
Yes, ma'am, we'd be glad to hear from you. Take your time.
Thanks.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate you allowing me to speak, and
Yeah, this is Sam's mom.
everybody be patient. I really want to get through this.
My favorite part's at the end.
First of all, for the last 20 years, my career has been a substance abuse counselor. So I wanted to bring that factor to the court. I've dealt with many different populations, offenders. I did a program for offenders. I've dealt with military people, adolescent programs. So I've kind of ran all gamut. The one thing that all these groups and all these populations have in common is the word enabling. And enabling happens when, does everybody know what that means? Enabling happens when, could be family members, it could be friends, it could be their children. Maybe
Jamie,
they don't
pause it for a sec.
I was going to explain that that Miss Miller did challenge trying to say to the court that they were not actually legally married. So she did challenge the husband.
Yeah, she did. And so I made an observation. I'm not going to try to come down on her or anything because she is the mother of the daughter. But when I was watching this, she's sitting way in the back. She's not even sitting with the son-in-law, the man that her daughter just married.
Because she doesn't recognize him as a son-in-law, as she challenged in court.
That's just disgusting.
It is. I'm grossed out by that. But you ready?
Yeah. One sec.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just going to stay with that's disgusting.
Okay.
They help them because they don't want them to get in trouble. They don't want them to have a bad life. By them helping them, they're really doing them a dishonor. And the only way that somebody that's having alcohol or drug issues and addiction can get better is to suffer the natural consequences of their behaviors. In this case, the natural consequences is the legal consequences of what happened, which resulted in my family, sibling, child, not being here anymore. The good thing about it, if she goes and stays some time in jail, they have treatment in there. AA is not treatment. AA doesn't help somebody who's addicted. It's good once you get to that point where you're on for treatment, you spent some time in sobriety. AA is where you go hang out with your other people. And that's it. This is in parts, but thank you. Who was Sam? I want to talk about Sam because my daughter. And she wasn't just a person on a golf cart that just got married and got killed. She was a more experienced child. I'm going to tell a little bit of the story. Bear with me. I got pregnant with Sam. I was single, divorced with an older child. Those things happen. They did not have any help or any assistance. And so I think that bonded Sam and I as being fighters together through life, helping each other until my husband that I met and married adopted Sam and was her dad. So life wasn't always easy for us to get through what we had to get through. It's really hard to figure out how we were going to make it financially. My whole first career was based on being pregnant with Sam. I know it sounds funny, but it's like, I have 9 months to get a career. I can't make $10 an hour anymore. So 9 months, hey, I can go to hair school. We figured it out. Like, we always figured things out together. Not only was she my daughter, Sam and I had, excuse me.
That's okay, take your time.
Sam and I had a relationship probably better than most people that love each other. I'm very close with my other 2 kids. Our family has always been close. But Sam and I had a bond that was very different and very amazing. And we both had each other's backs all the time. We talk every day, her whole entire life. You know, most 30-year-olds don't want much to do with their parents anymore. You know, hey, yeah, I'll come over for Christmas dinner, but I'm not going to hang out with you all the time. And I'll lead into something else I'm getting off of. But in saying that, the last time I was with Sam before the week of the wedding, her birthday's 3/27. So on 3/27, a month and a day earlier, she called me for her birthday and she said, all I want, Mom, is for you to come see me, for you to be with me on her birthday. And I brought champagne and we brought cupcakes and we went down to the beach at sunrise, our favorite time, and we did silly dances on the beach with cupcakes and champagne. That's what an amazing relationship is. She used to, when she was little, tease me or tease her.
Jamie, can you pause?
He would act like
Yeah.
he was saying things about me.
So, guys, I was just reading the article on the mother. Wow, even this hits differently reading that.
Are you gonna share?
Rosemary, Rosemary says the wife and husband did take their vows in exchange of their wedding bands and sign the marriage certificate. They should be legally married. Yeah, I agree. They are. 2 says, yes, Rosemary, in their state, that's marriage. Mom claimed it wasn't legal because it wasn't consummated. Wife obviously didn't have a will. She just married, so all goes to her husband. Rosemary Shrez says, Rosemary, yeah, I don't know what's going on there. She may have a perfectly legit reason to challenge the legal beneficiary. I don't know enough about what's going on. There to have an opinion. As it should be, the 2, yep,
I also believe that they lived together.
they did.
Yeah. So are you really going to sit there and say that they lived together and didn't consummate anything? Just using consummate as the go ahead word for this?
So let me just bring this over. This is absolutely. I'm sorry to cut into this, guys, but most of us, but this is just wow. I'm just gonna put this up here. Yeah, Latu says exactly. 2 injured people received 800K. Husband received 1.2 M or 1.3 M. They lived together for 3 or 4 years, I think. Yep, they did. I just look at this. Wow. Wow. So it says groom whose bride was killed on wedding night forced to fight her mom over estate. The grieving groom whose bride was killed by an accused drunk driver on their wedding night is now embroiled in a bitter fight over her estate with his mother-in-law, who is even challenging the validity of the marriage. Oh. Eric Hutchinson has assumed control of Samantha Miller's estate after his 34-year-old bride was killed in April when their golf cart was rear-ended as they left their wedding reception in South Carolina, leaving him also needing multiple surgeries for broken bones. But the dead bride's mom, Lisa Miller, has filed a petition to remove him as the personal representative, citing issues of potential fraud. Potential fraud, suggesting his marriage to her daughter could be invalid, according to the Post and Career. So, almost have to go back to yours right now, because when she talks about him here, she talks about how she's never seen her daughter or Eric so happy. Oh, these people. I get it. I get sometimes grief will make you do stupid shit. But her attorney has also filed, withdrawn and refiled a motion to intervene in a wrongful death suit Hutchinson filed against local bars for serving the accused drunk driver. And by rights he should. That's crazy fraud. So her daughter and her husband aren't really married. That's what the mother was trying to say. Potential fraud? Okay, Jamie, if you... I'll put yours back up.
I was going to say really quickly, I think it's sad because I can understand the grief, as you were saying, of the parent, of a mother going through something like that. But when the accident happened and they rallied behind their son-in-law and they called him their son-in-law, I don't know why I'm doing air quotes. Nobody could see that, but I am. And so it was like a united front in the beginning. He was severely injured. And then for her to come out and all of a sudden be like, yeah, you guys now all of a sudden you're not my son-in-law. You guys weren't married and everything like that. It's just, it breaks my heart for the husband. It really does, because they lived together. You can't say they weren't intimate. So that's just I'll go ahead and start again. I
So
hope
when
there-
so when you listen to this, you're gonna hear, and now it rings louder to me than it did when I first watched it. The mother talks about her daughter planning the wedding for a whole year, and she makes a little comment about it. So now I'm curious, did the mother even like him at all?
Well, she pretended like she did after the accident.
Yeah, but listen, when we play this back, listen to what she says.
Oh, I will. I'm just saying that that's the front they put on after the accident. So I'll go ahead and play.
You would just get so mad, be like, don't talk about my mom, like, just defended me. Then when we divorced and I started somewhat dating sometimes, she met one of them, she'd get right up in their face and be like, you hurt my mama? I'm gonna only leave out the words she used. Hurt you, basically. That's a best friend. You can only hope that anybody in this room that has kids could have a relationship like that with their child's friend. She wanted everybody to feel happy. I had people coming up to me after Sam passed and was like, you know, if I had worked with her, if I were gonna go to work and I was in a bad mood, I went anyway because Sam would make me feel better. That's who she was. She wanted everybody to just feel loved, cared about. And as much as I didn't want to talk, if something would happen to me, Sam would be up here screaming off the mountaintops for all her pain. That's who she was. Yeah, doing pretty good. Not sure if talking to yourself is good. The 1 year she moved to Utah, on Valentine's Day, and that was the hardest, that was the only year we were ever apart. On Valentine's Day, I came home to my house, and my whole driveway was covered with I love you mores in pink everywhere. My whole walkway, my whole door was different color flowers. I mean, different color hearts, red, pink, my whole entire front door. I don't know many kids at 30-something years old that would care about their mom having a good Valentine's Day party or day and want her to feel loved and live in a different state and have one of her friends come over to her mom's house and do this. Not too many. So unfortunately, I don't like talking about the event, but I just want to tell you what happened through Sam's mom's eyes and our family and what we experienced, which was pretty horrible. So it was supposed to be a rainy day, it was supposed to be a cloudy, and the weather just an hour before the wedding just became beautiful. Couldn't have been better. Everything was perfect. Sam had me hold her phone during the wedding. And when she was on the golf cart, she realized she didn't have her phone. I'm getting ahead of myself, but that's okay. So she said someone to come get her phone. And you don't know how many times we go down the rabbit hole. She had just gone without her phone or told me to come bring it to her or whatever. I mean, it was perfect timing that she got right in front of this car. But we try not to do that.
Unfortunate timing, not perfect.
So after the wedding, we went to where we were staying in our Airbnb and basically got into some sweats and we're hanging out on the porch and everybody had a good night and pouring a glass of wine, relax.
Can you pause, Jamie?
We're standing
course I can.
That's actually a good thought there, Shiraz. Don't know. I'm wondering who took out a policy on a young woman with no dependents. Now, I'm wondering maybe through her work, was there a policy? Be interesting to find out who took the policy out. And here I thought this was going to be boring.
When's it ever boring?
Wow, this is sad and crazy for a mother to do this. It almost sounds like she's making the tragedy about her. Shiraz says, on the other hand, she may need to meet proceeds to help pay for funeral expenses and lawsuits against the bars that overserved Jamie. Well, and so I'm just going to put this back up right
I
here.
don't think that you need 1.2 million for a funeral.
I'm just going to put this back up right here because it says that her attorneys also filed and then withdrawn and then refiled a motion to intervene in the wrongful death suit. So Sam's husband, Eric, filed the wrongful death suit, and the mother tried to intervene in that wrongful death suit. And then it goes on to say, the mom said her daughter would have wanted her to get a share of her inheritance, but Hutchinson's legal team was sidelining her. Eric and I agreed several times that Sam would want us to do everything together, given we're the two most important people in her life, Miller told the Post. I never wanted to challenge the validity of the marriage. I never wanted to dishonor Sam. But I feel like Eric is dishonoring my daughter in going against her wishes, Miller said of the son-in-law she previously gushed over as the loving male version of her daughter. Miller's attorney, Jerry Meehan, also said his client's main reason to intervene is to protect the estate of Samantha Miller and all of its rightful heirs. Well, the only rightful heir she has is her husband. There is no reason to rush the process and cloak in secrecy, he claimed. This was a money grab from minute one. Hutchinson's lawyers called Miller's motion to intervene morally questionable and legally baseless, while denying her claim that she was being cut out. Eric has been more than generous with Lisa Miller, offering her half of the money, and she has repaid him by threatening to bring a frivolous challenge to the validity of the marriage to Sam, Hutchinson's attorney Patrick Wooten told the newspaper. One would hope that Ms. Miller, so she's divorced again, would have too much respect for her own daughter to do that. He has offered his mother-in-law half of any recovery in the wrongful death suit on the condition that she stop pursuing legal challenges to their marriage. Eric has made this settlement offer not because Lisa Miller had a valid legal claim, she does not, but rather because he is a generous person and, of course, would prefer to avoid painful public litigation over the validity of his marriage to Sam. Hutchinson and Miller were married in Foley Beach, April 28th. The Charleston County Portable Judge recognized the validity of the marriage on May 1st. While Hutchinson was still in hospital recovering from injuries he sustained in the drunk driving collision. His aunt and uncle brought the signed marriage license and certificate to the Charleston County Probate Court Marriage License Division, and the clerk provided them with all additional forms to fill out. Miller's attorneys are challenging a form in which the groom's aunt said she had known husband and wife for 36 years, even though Samantha was only 34. Okay, so that's where the fraud comes in that she's trying to say. She also wrote that the couple had been living together after their wedding. Well, no, they weren't living together after the wedding because Sam died that night, despite Samantha being dead and Hutchinson being in the hospital. Hutchinson's lawyer admit those claims could not have been true, but said they are irrelevant in determining the validity of Samantha and Eric's marriage, calling them a total distraction. The driver, Jamie Lee Komorowski, was charged with reckless homicide. Oh, and then she was just released. Under the settlement reached in October, Progressive Northern Insurance Company and 2 local bars that allegedly served at Tipsy Komorowski agreed to pay an undisclosed amount in addition to attorney's fees to escape liability or any claims of wrongful death or personal injury. Hutchinson's attorney, Daniel Dalton, agreed to the settlement, saying it was reasonable and proper and fully protects the rights of the statutory beneficiary under the Wrongful Death Act. Wow. So the aunt signed these papers. So what I'm getting from it is the aunt signed these papers or put stuff down on these papers wrong. And that was giving the mother a reason to fight their marriage. Meanwhile, she was at the marriage. There's countless YouTubes, her saying what they were just so happy. It was the most beautiful day, this and that. Do people not realize when they say stuff, it's probably out on the internet? Like, it's out there. It can be found. They'd be better off mediating the conflict. Lawyers only see dollar signs and will ramp up the conflict for their own benefit. I just think it's disgusting that's even happening, to be honest.
No, I almost think that the behavior is somewhat inexcusable. I feel bad for the mom, but it's just inexcusable, honestly.
Okay, let's go back to yours.
All right.
Stay out there and I hear all these sirens. And the fire trucks, which on a Friday night in Folly, it's not very rare. I mean, they're there all the time, right? But I heard those fire trucks and saw those lights and I yelled, "Something happened, Sam." And maybe said, "No, Mom." And I said, "Something happened to Sam." That's a connection with somebody. I knew. And it wasn't until, I don't even know how long later, somebody came by and was nice enough to ask us if we'd heard about the accident. And so she took us down there. Sorry, this arm is working. And Mandy and I, my daughter, ran barefoot into the scene, which was all rubbed up. Sam's dad was there. And within, like, I don't know the timing, but maybe 15, 20 minutes, one of the officers there came up and told us, me, that everybody that was in the accident was taken to the hospital. So Mandy took me to the hospital. We went to the hospital to find Sam. They didn't have ID, so it was gonna be a while before they figured out where everybody was. But I really believe that she was in the hospital.
Can you pause? Fine.
And then it was like 2 a.m.
Shrez says, I would say this is a bigger blow to Sam's mother than it is to Sam's husband. I can't think of a grief worse than losing your child. I can't think of a grief worse than losing your child either. I agree with that, except for we don't know the connection between Alec and Sam. We don't know that. It could have been a love of a lifetime type thing. It could have been amazing. Like my aunt that just passed, her and her husband anybody should just wish to have a marriage like that. But now reading this, and at the end, when the verdict's read out and they show, or the sentence, sorry, is read out, and they show the family, just briefly look at the mom and then look at the husband. It's putting this in a different light to me now from what I saw earlier. And it's wow. But again, I have a mother that would do something like this. If I didn't have my son, she'd do something like this. Guaranteed. I agree, Shraz, but they both have to be willing to settle. Well, it looks like he was willing. But from this, it's saying she wanted everything. So, who knows? Well, 100%. My aunt and uncle were married 43 years, and that was a love of a lifetime. 100%. We've all got eyes on him right now because we are petrified that he's not going to make it. We don't, either one way or another. We're petrified. So we all have eyes on him right now. That was my family emergency, and I'm just on call if I need it. All right, go ahead.
Okay. I was on the wrong screen, sorry.
We hung out outside. Some of Sam's friends came. And we stayed outside waiting. And then my ex-husband, Sam's dad, called my phone and he said, Sam's at the hospital, Lisa. He said, Sam's still on the side of the road. I just identified her. And I just fell to the ground. I don't even know how we ended up going through the next few days, but anyway, I know that's our story. I'm Sam. And what happened? Sam was light. She was love. And she was amazing. It always will be. I'm going to insert one more thing that I forgot when we were talking about the wedding. We're almost to the end, but another thing that Sam did. She planned the wedding, miserable for really that year planning the wedding, which sucked, but.
Right there. Can you stop? Did you hear that?
Yeah,
Can you go back a few seconds?
I'm going to. Except for, let's see.
And nice enough to include both of them. And then afterwards, we're all standing there ready for the next thing to happen, and the DJ announces.
Did I go forward instead of backwards?
Special band.
I think you did.
Okay, sorry, guys.
Most important.
Go right here.
Night, pouring a glass of wine,
Nope.
relax. 30-year-olds
Jeez.
don't know what to do with their parents anymore. Hey, yeah, I'll come over for Christmas dinner, but I'm not gonna hang out with you all the time. And I'll lead into something else I'm getting off of. But in saying that, the last time I was with Sam before the week of the wedding, her birthday's.
I couldn't have gotten that far ahead, did I?
So on 3/27.
Yeah, I think you did.
A day earlier,
Okay.
She called me for her birthday.
Geez, that's annoying.
You're late yelling again.
Sorry. It was because I got close. Now I went too far back.
First of all,
Just
for
play
the
it.
last 20 years, my career has been a substance.
Yeah, I went
abuse.
too far back. Jesus.
It's really hard to figure out how we were going to make it financially.
I don't know why my laptop is doing that.
I don't like talking about the men, but I just want to tell you what
Oh, jeez,
happened
sure.
through Sam's mom's eyes and our family and what we experienced, which was pretty horrible. So it was supposed to be a rainy day. It was supposed to be a cloudy, and the weather just an hour before the wedding just gave you couldn't have been better. Everything was perfect. Sam had me hold her phone during the wedding.
Well, you went way far back.
Yeah. Can I ask a question? What are
Yep.
those, like, she's making some seriously, like, I don't, some of her face expressions look like complete disgust during the wedding, about the wedding.
Well, that's why I'm saying, like, she's hitting differently now that I've read this, but, and like Shiraz is right, we don't know the
That's true. We don't.
of these relationships. She might be a narcissistic drama queen, but I'm holding space for her because it's still a profound loss. I'd walk onto a hot freeway if I lost mine. Oh, me too.
Yeah.
Me too. And that's why I'm trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. But now things that she says in here make something different. But that one comment, I wish we could have got right back to it because it is huge.
I was really trying to, but it's like,
Armand Fent says, I know nothing about this case. DUI deletion on a wedding day. Yeah, Armand, horrible. They were leaving their reception, going back to their rental Airbnb, and a drunk driver hit them. What did she say, Rochelle? The sound is so bad in that courtroom. Well, I'm trying. So what she says is, Sam spent the whole year planning her wedding, too much to my dismay.
oh,
So that's what I tried to get Jamie to stop it on and go right back to it, because now it sounds like, oh, okay, there was some issues in this right away. So
I was trying to go back to it. It's just my laptop, because of the way I have to have
Yeah.
this. I have it on 3 monitors.
that's right too. Wait till she starts talking about who is most important to Sam. All right, you can start it again.
She was on a golf cart. She realized she didn't have her phone. Getting ahead of myself. That's okay.
Oh, you
So
did
she
go
said
far back.
Someone to come get her phone. And you don't know how many times we go down the rabbit hole.
Then we'll hear it again.
Yep.
Because I didn't notice her face expressions the first time.
That she got right in front of this car. But we try not to do that too much. So after the wedding, we went to where we were staying in our Airbnb and basically got into some sweats and we're hanging out on the porch and everybody had a good night and pouring a glass of wine, relax. And I'm standing out there and I hear all these sirens. And the fire trucks, which on a Friday night in Folly, it's not very rare. I mean, they're there all the time, right? But I heard those fire trucks and saw those lights and I yelled, something happened to Sam. And Mandy said, no, Mom. And I said, something happened to Sam. That's a connection with somebody. I knew. And it wasn't until, I don't even know how long later, somebody came by and was nice enough to ask us if we had heard about the accident. And so she took us down there. Sorry, this arm is working. And Mandy and I, my daughter, ran barefoot into the scene, which was all rubbed up. Sam's dad was there. And within like, I don't know the timing, but maybe 15, 20 minutes, one of the officers there came up and told me, that everybody that was in the accident was taken to the hospital. So Mandy took me to the hospital. We went to the hospital to find Sam. They didn't have ID, so it was gonna be a while before they figured out where everybody was. But I really believe that she was at the hospital. And then it was like 2 in the morning. We stayed, we hung out outside. Some of Sam's friends came. And we stayed outside waiting. And then my ex-husband, Sam's dad, called my phone and he said, Sam's not at the hospital, Lisa. He said, Sam's still on the side of the road. I just identified her. And I just fell to the ground. I don't even know how we ended up going through the next few days, but anyway, I know that's our story. I'm saying, and what happened? Sam was light. She was love. And she was amazing. And always will be. I'm gonna insert one more thing that I forgot when we were talking about the wedding. We're almost to the end, but another thing that Sam did. She planned her wedding, miserable for
What
I know,
happened?
I know I'm muted. Hey, really quickly, Rochelle, I was just noticing some of the comments. And I was wondering the same thing. I can't tell.
No, she's not disgusted. That's her resting face. She looks like that with all the victim impact statements.
Okay. I was just curious because, yeah, she is the victim advocate because somebody else asked that. But I was just wondering that same thing. I'm like, because even those eyes, I'm like, is she just really not feeling this lady? But okay. All right.
Yeah. And same Rosemary. I feel for her too, like mom. But I guess I'm a bit jaded because I have a nasty mom. And I learned again this week how nasty that woman can be. So I'm a bit jaded. And then when I read something like this and then I hear something like what's coming up, I'm like, uh-oh, not cool. Now I'm starting to think, was she so attached to her daughter because she was living through her daughter? Was she? There's a lot of things that are going through my head now. But yeah, same here, Shiraz. I have
do not. Oh my.
I have RBF too.
Shiraz doesn't. That's funny. All right.
Yep.
But really
Here,
that
come.
year planning the wedding, which sucked, but
There.
um,
Stop.
she
Stop. Did you hear it? Oh, you're going way too far back.
No, that's why I'm slowly looking before I push anything this time. I want to see where we're at.
So she says she spent the whole year planning her wedding, which really sucked.
I'm gonna go right here. Let's see.
happened and the DJ announces special dance for the most special person in Sam's. Most
Oh, you went-
person in Sam's life.
I-
And it was me.
I literally went like this.
It was 107. It was 107.
Okay. I just don't want to go too far again, and my mouse is a gaming.
You should be using your directionals, but okay. Leave it right there.
Yeah, I'm going to.
That's the last time I hugged my kid. It was on that dance floor. It was the most beautiful thing a child could do for their mom. And that's just unexplained, our relationship. Last thing I need to say, I'm gonna probably just read this, is that myself,
Oh, you missed it. I don't know why how that keeps happening.
I'm sorry,
Oh, well.
Sam's siblings are nieces and her father. We've been sentenced to a lifetime of pain. As with half the world. As a mom, I can't even describe to you. I've lost my brother. I lost both my dads.
So this is all about her.
And it is scientifically proven that some kids' cells stay in your body. She died. We died. And she doesn't get a partial sentence. She doesn't get to come back to life in 10 years or 20 years. And we don't get to come back to life in 20, 25 years. This is a lifetime. Your Honor, I hope that you consider our plea in the world's plea to hold the defensive responsible for her poor choices and to experience the legal consequences of her action. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate your time.
Do you want to say anything? Michelle?
Go ahead.
I said, did you want, I was going to pause it between victims just in case you wanted to say anything.
Oh, I know you can go on to the next one. I'm just going to try to find that what the mother says.
Okay, perfect. You're going to have to teach me later how to do it how you said, because I don't know how to do that.
All right.
That's why I use my mouse. But I'm going to go ahead.
Your Honor, next, Amanda Jenkins, sister of the deceased.
Hi, my name is Mandy Jenkins. I'm Sam's sister. As I stand here today, I am struggling to find words that can truly convey the depth of the pain, grief, loss, and life adjustments we've all experienced in the last year and a half. It's obvious to everyone that Sam was a bright light in this world, a person full of love, laughter, and kindness. She touched everyone she met with her warmth and compassion. Her death has left a hole in our lives that can never be filled. I will never get to hear her voice, see her smile, or share any moments we had planned for the future. The pain of losing her is unbearable, and every day feels like a struggle to move forward. But Your Honor, I don't have a choice to give up. Sam was an aunt to my 2 daughters. My daughters, Ember and Maisie. They're Auntie Sammy. Despite Sam's constant care to everyone, the love she had for them was like no other, and it was mutual. Becoming a mother is the greatest milestone in my life, one Sam will never get a chance to do. My family traveled from Florida to South Carolina on April 20th, 2023, in preparation for Sam and Eric's wedding. And me and my girls never went back to Florida. 12 hours after we found out Sam was killed, Ember asked me why everyone from the wedding was at our Airbnb and why is everyone so sad. I was not prepared to explain death to a 5-year-old yet, especially because it was her Auntie Sammy. If you've never experienced trauma, I don't wish it upon anyone. Regardless the thousands of dollars spent on therapy, the triggers are immensely debilitating every single day. The sirens, flashing lights, seeing a wedding dress, a golf cart, just the simple task of driving, and many, many more. When I'm with my girls, any of these things come up, they try to protect me. Singing a song loud to drown out the siren noise in hopes a grief wave doesn't hit me and I quickly spiral. Day to day, if I say, hey, mommy's just going to the grocery store real quick, Ember and Maisie quickly panic, having to say goodbye multiple times just in case I don't come back, in their words, like what happened to Auntie Sammy. My job is to protect them, shouldn't be the other way around. But I also now have the task of protecting my mother and being her rock through this. She once said years back, if anything ever happens to one of my kids, I'd kill myself. The moment we found out Sam was plowed down, I made my mother look me in the eye and promise me she wouldn't do that. I didn't quite believe her, knowing the bond her and Sam shared, and I knew I needed to be by her side through every moment of this. I sent my husband on a plane to Florida, and he packed up our house and we moved to North Carolina, now 1,000 steps from my mom. This tragedy has not only stolen the future that my sister should have had, but has also forever altered the course of our lives.
Can you pause it,
I know
Jamie?
that no sentence can.
Okay, Shraz says, it just really brings home the difference that kind of parents can make on your whole world experience and how you see everything. Truly is. And this is the one I really wanted. Rochelle, knowing your relationship with your mom, I can totally see why you'd be skeptical of this mother's motivations. Yeah. Rosemary, is the parole board going to let you speak, Rochelle, at your perpetrator's hearing? Nope. So I found it. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to share this. Listen very closely. It's quite
Quick.
Yeah. No, that's some profound impact on her life and future. That's nice. Mom has support from her daughter and is with her grandkids also. This family needs one another. They truly do. They truly do. It's sad to see that there was this issue. I don't know if it was my son, I wouldn't be fighting over money. I just wouldn't. So let me just share this so you can hear it.
But another thing that Sam did, she planned the wedding, miserable for really that year planning the wedding, which sucked, but.
Which sucked.
She planned her wedding for the whole year, which sucked. Are you serious?
Wow.
Sorry to hear, Rochelle. It must be frustrating not being able to speak and have your feelings and voice heard. No, but you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it loud and clear. I'll put it out. I'm going to put it out on here. I'm going to put it out on Facebook. And if they want to come after me about it, guess what? I guess you should have let me talk behind closed doors. I'm not sure I could live with myself after doing this.
Patricia, I was missing your limerick today for the Sarah Boone sentencing.
And oh, I'm so sorry. Hello, Patricia. I'm so sorry. Okay, Jamie, I'm going to put yours back up.
Okay.
Bring Sam back. The choices made by the drunk driver the night she killed my sister will affect us forever. They have taken more than just a life. They have taken the future, our future,
Can you pause, Jamie, again?
Anger and frustration.
So, Patricia, this is Sam's sister. She's also the wife of, no, she's not. Sorry, the other lady's the wife. I almost spoke her up. So, this is Sam's sister. And it sounds like Sam had a closer relationship with the mother than this sister. And she sounds quite, I don't know. I'm just jaded today, guys. I'm just jaded. To be honest with you, my opinion is she sounds angry because she had to stay in South Carolina, give up her life, move there because her mother threatened to unalive herself. Oh, the older lady is the mother. Okay, sorry.
You okay, Rochelle?
Yep.
Okay, you sound like you're getting upset. You want me to hit play?
Yeah. Yeah.
Knowing that my sister's life was cut short by a selfish, senseless, and preventable tragedy. The defendant's actions have forever changed our family, and we have to live with the consequences of this loss every single day, and she should too. No one should endure this pain except for her. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Wait till the dad speaks. Oh, he's brilliant.
Next, Nathan Miller, brother of Samantha Miller.
Nathan Miller, Sam's brother.
Yes, sir.
Not much that hasn't been said. So just really brief. But I'm sure as you and everyone else can see and hear that how hard it's been on our family to go through something like this. It's unimaginable. If you haven't been through anything like this, then won't really do it any justice for me to try to put it into words. And if you have, then I don't need to put it into words for you. How much pain and anxiety and just like worry, constant worry, just living in a state where, you know, when your phone rings, you know that there's a pretty good chance on the other line there's gonna be somebody in peril, and you have to do your best to try to help them. Not only do we have to deal with the loss ourselves, but we have to watch our loved ones go through it as well. Last thing I'll say is just hope that the sentence is the maximum, because you know this wasn't an accident. It wasn't an accident to go over 60 miles per hour on these, you know, pitch black, tiny, folly roads that are constantly filled with people. Honestly, it'd be more surprising if someone wasn't killed in those circumstances. So, leave it at that. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Thanks.
He's a nervous Nelly.
Brad Warner, biological father.
Listen to this one. This is great.
Yes, sir. You would tell us your name for the record.
Brad Warner.
Yes, sir. Be glad to hear.
I'm Sam's biological daughter. I'm my father. I'm the one that wasn't there in the first part of her life. For the past 20 plus years, I was there for her when she needed me. When I was 2 years old, I got hit by a car, left on the side of the road for dead. I survived. Everybody says they think the person was drunk. It was a hit and run. They never found the person. So every day I woke up for 57 years and hated this person. Hated every day. I'd wake up and hate somebody I didn't even know. six months before Sam was taken, I said to her, I was like, I gotta get this weight off of my shoulder. I said to Sam, I'm gonna forgive this person. I don't know who it is. I did. The next day I talked to Sam. It was like 1,000-pound weight was taken off of my shoulders. I felt like I could fly. 6 months later, that hatred is back on with vengeance. I've never felt this much weight. This person, he took such a beautiful person away. She was loved by so many. I didn't realize how many people over the past year and a half I've heard from people that actually hate you. And they love Sam, they never met Sam, don't even know Sam. For the rest of my life, I'm gonna hate you. And when I arrive in hell and you come there, I'll open the door for you. You have ruined so many people's lives. And I hope you understand what you did, because you've taken no responsibility for what you've done. You can apologize all you want later. I will not listen to a word. It's
Sorry.
not worth it. Everybody used to call Sam a female version of me. Because we say what we mean and we mean what we say, and she always did. She was a beautiful soul. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, sir.
Can you pause it for a sec? I agree, Shiraz. I agree with the
Tolerated drunk driving.
Rosemary says, thank you at Crime and Coffee Crew. I'm not sure how the mother meant it. She seems angry, hurt, and bitter. She should be. I don't know if she really is angry or resents the husband. And just because where she said it and then what she says after makes me sound like makes it sound to me that she wasn't really happy with the wedding. Maybe she wanted her daughter all to herself. Maybe she didn't like sharing her daughter. But Rosemary says, are you guys okay, Rochelle and Jamie? Yep, we're just laughing at what Miss Patricia said.
Sorry,
So
I was.
You're yelling.
I sat up. Sorry, I was laughing at what Patricia said.
Yeah.
I promise I'm not yelling. It's because I sat up.
You need to lower your mic. All right, go ahead. But the dad, you could feel his pain. You could feel his anger. Yep, wedding planning itself can be stressful. People get their feelings hurt. Yeah.
My microphone accidentally turned up again by itself.
There we go. Yeah. And again, weddings bring out the worst in people. Weddings bring out the best in people. Same with funerals. Funerals bring out the worst and the best. And
Oh yeah.
but again, guys, don't jump on the Rochelle bandwagon with what I'm feeling with this, because I'm just jaded when it comes to mothers. So I'm jaded in that. So what I might say might come off. Planning my wedding was a nightmare. Had a few people in my family and my hubs that were offended because of the stupid stuff that got overlooked. And it's just crazy, right? It's absolutely absurd. I had a girlfriend whose dad was an alcoholic who loved the bar scene and wasn't willing to give up his booze. He gave up driving and rode a bicycle to the local bar, so this way he wouldn't unalive someone. That's honorable. You know, even though he recognized he had a disease, he recognized that he wasn't going to be strong enough to fight the disease. So I have to say, that's honorable. I got a quick little story about drinking and driving. Not me, guys. Never, ever would I do that. So I was 17. I moved out of home at 15. And I get a call. And it was my local police station calling. And said that my mother had been in an accident. So right away, I'm thinking, oh my God, is she okay? And the officer says, oh, no, don't take it the wrong way. She was in an accident, but she was the cause of the accident and she needs someone to come and pick her up. And I said, well, what's going on? And he said, well, she was drinking and driving. And actually, right by where I live now is where the accident happened. And so he asked me to come and pick her up. So instead of jumping in my car to go pick her up, because I didn't live too far from the police station, I walked down, which is just up the road from me, where it used to be. And I got in there and I said, where is she? And he goes, well, she's downstairs. I said, is she still in a cell? And he said, yes. I said, then I would like to see her in that cell, please. And he goes, oh, we don't know. We can't really allow that. I says, oh, you'll be okay with this. So he let me go down and I lit into her. I said, how horrible for your 17-year-old to get a call to pick up her drunk mother's ass from a jail. I said, you really should be ashamed of yourself. And I went on. I just lit up. I was enough is enough with this woman. I was done. And the officer says, oh, now I feel bad for her because we weren't even that harsh. I said, she needs to hear it. Like, shame on her. She could have killed someone. And then, so I get her out. I sign all the paperwork. As soon as we get out of the police station, she's like, well, where's the car? And I said, we're walking. And she lived across town. And she's like, what do you mean we're walking? I said, get used to it. Strap on your black Cadillacs and get fucking used to it. You're nothing but a drunk. I'm disgusted with you. And you know where the first place she went? Straight back to the bar. It was unbelievable. If the parents were involved in planning and paying for their daughter's wedding, I'm sure they feel like they lost their hope, dreams, future, and their daughter and possible grandchildren is a blow. But you know what? The mother never says this. The mother never says this. His mother says it, and he says it, but her mother never said anything like that. Oh yeah, I went right at her. Patricia says, my mom died when me and my twin were 8, and my dad was a violent alcoholic, age 11. A drunk man backed into my twin exactly like KR. She was badly hurt and her cognitive growth was halted. Oh, I am so sorry, Patricia. You know, and that's the thing. I think you get caught drinking and driving, that's it. Your license is gone forever. That's the way it should be. Not 3 times, 3 strikes, you're out. No. You do it once, you're done. One and done. Because guess what? They're going to do it again. And that second time, if they didn't hurt somebody the first time, that second time could be the time. And that police officer that let them walk, the judge that let them walk, the prosecutors that let them walk, that's on them. I say drinking and driving under the drink or driving under the influence of anything, 1, you're done. Driving is a privilege.
Just really quickly, can you hear me, Michelle?
Yeah.
Okay, just really quickly, I got a call. My biological Linda, has been in multiple drinking and driving accidents. But my brother called me and was telling me a story one day about how the police took her to his and his girlfriend's house in their car because she was claiming that she was on medication and lost her something. It was like she made up this whole story for the cops. She was drunk and the cops just dropped her off at my brother's house. I was like, this lady gets away with it every time, every damn time. She crashed with me and my brother in the car one time because she was drinking. I mean, this lady is a wreck. But anyways, just it was ridiculous. They get away with it
And
way
that's
too
the
often.
thing. And that's
Way
why
too
it should
often.
be, that should be, it's one and done.
Exactly.
Shiraz says we've got people on their 9th DUI offense driving around here in Houston. Texas is
Yep.
one of the worst states. That's disgusting. Oh, look, Patricia. My twin survived and she has a heart of gold, but she is daft as a brush. She's an angel at heart then. Go ahead, Jamie, play it.
All right.
Your Honor, next, Annette Hutchinson.
This is the mom of the husband.
Your Honor, my name is Annette. My name is Annette Hutchinson. That's Hutchinson.
Yes.
I am related to the victims. I am Eric's mother. Samantha and Benjamin's mother-in-law and Robin's grandmother. My family is my world. My children and grandchildren are everything to me. All that I do is for my family. Yet until today, I've spent the last 19 months watching helplessly as this horrific event and aftermath unfolded, shattering the lives of 2 out of
Oh,
my 3
my God.
children, and ending the beautiful life of my beloved daughter-in-law, Sam. Speaking here today is the one thing I can do for them.
Really quickly, I just want to point out, Rochelle, do you notice how she continuously says her daughter-in-law when she speaks about Sam?
Well, yeah, and the optics of where everybody's sitting is incredible. Like the Sam's dad, this lady, the other son-in-law, Ben, her grandsons, Ben's wife, Eric, they're all in one,
Right.
for lack of a better word, pew.
Yeah.
And Sam's mom is right at the back wall.
I just found it very noticeable how she accepted Sam and calls her to this day her daughter-in-law, where Sam's mother couldn't even bring herself to say that about her son-in-law.
No, she
It's sad.
couldn't. It is. And Patricia, I once had I had to sit on my friend until the cops arrived to stop her getting back into the car. She had just crashed in, drunk, and her 2 sons in the back screaming. I applaud you, Patricia, for being that strong. Yeah, same to Latu says, I applaud you, Patricia. You rock. Yep. Oh, this mom gets way better. Way better.
Your Honor, I ask you to please consider Sam when you impose your sentence. Sam joined our family in March of 2019 when she chose my son. She was a force, so lively and so full of love, especially for my son, Eric. It was for him apparent to all of us they had both found the love of their lives. For over a year, Sam planned every detail of her wedding, a first marriage for both. She was excited and counting down the days, unaware she was also counting down to her own tragic death.
You
On
pause
their
it.
wedding day, I had never seen.
So this mom talks about Sam being a light and how Sam chose her boy, right? She talked so incredibly how she was so excited about the wedding, counting down the days and this and that. It's a huge contrast to Sam's mother saying she planned her wedding for a year and it sucked. That's a
Yeah.
huge contrast.
Oh, it definitely is. Sam was family to them, where Eric was what, chopped liver to Sam's mom?
Yeah, like I hate talking like this because the woman lost her daughter. But I'm sorry, these are her words.
Rochelle, maybe it's really not there because we have crappy parents, moms.
Yeah, but I'm still thinking like that's a weird thing to say. She planned her wedding for a year and it sucked.
It sucked. No, I agree with you. That's the thing. Because I think when my kids, like my daughter got married and all that stuff, I wasn't thrilled that she was getting married at the age she was getting married. But he's my son-in-law to this day, even though they're not together anymore. He's still part of the family.
Yeah,
So-
but it's a huge contrast between the mother-in-law and the mother. Like she says, Your Honor, please remember Sam when you make your decision.
Exactly.
Sam's mother was talking about her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, yeah, she threw things in about Sam or how Sam did this for me, how Sam does, all this for me. So, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to point that out, that it's a huge difference.
Yeah, it is. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Sam or Eric so happy. Their faces lit with smile the entire time. Even as they waved goodbye from the golf cart they were riding on to start their life together. Photos in the video of the day captured the magic, but they are now too painful to watch or look at. Because our lives were forever changed moments later by the defendant when she recklessly sped through a quiet residential neighborhood into the back of the golf cart. In the police report, a witness described the crash as sounding like a bomb's explosion. That statement replays in my mind, thinking of the four of them struck in such a manner. The next day, I had the horrific task of telling my son that his new wife had died. After he repeatedly asked during moments of consciousness, "Where is Sam?" I cannot describe to you the pain I felt as I watched my son's face process this. And I knew what he would say before he said it. It should have been me. Later, my husband and I spent a week cleaning and repairing Sam's wedding dress so it was presentable to Eric.
Can you pause it?
Because he did not get to see Sam after
Of course.
She spent a week bringing back Sam's wedding dress to the way her son had seen it and remembered it. Taking out all the dirt, the blood, a week to repair this dress.
That's got to be traumatic in itself.
Like, that's love for Sam. That's love for her son. Like, so you see this guy in the plaid right here with his arms crossed.
Are you talking about this one right here?
Yep.
Okay.
Sam's mom is behind there.
Right.
all of the family, so where the mother is, see the gentleman leaning over with the colored tie? Right there?
Yeah.
That's Eric. The whole family is in that. Sam's brother's the one in the white back here, and the mother's behind him.
Yeah.
I
That's
agree.
sad. That's just sad.
I agree, Shiraz. The sound was horrible, but usually when the sound's really horrible, I'll put my headset on and I'll be able to catch things.
Yeah, that's how I'm doing it.
But head crime.
Was killed. So he wanted to see what she was last wearing in his final memory with her. Your Honor, I ask you to please consider my children and grandchildren when you impose your sentence. The night of the crash, my son Eric and son-in-law Ben both sustained injuries from which they'll never fully recover. I'll never forget the shock of arriving at the scene. I wish we could have shielded my other 4 grandchildren from the trauma of it, but we were from out of state, so we had no option but for them to accompany us. My memories from the scene are vivid and fixed in slow motion. My daughter being held from running to her unrecognizable husband Ben where he lay, her slumping to the ground, the police officer who stopped me to verify if they had found the correct number of victims, and my own realization at that moment that my son and Sam were there also. I recall the onlookers' expressions telling me more than I wanted to accept. My other son, Adam, and his family arrived and tried to comfort my daughter's 2 children, while my daughter ran up to him and screamed, "It's Sam and Eric too." Each devastating
He was the
detail
driver,
permanently
the
etched
2.
in my memory, including the moment
Son-in-law.
we found out that mere minutes after the happiest moments of her life, Sam had died. My son stayed at the scene and saw the criminal defendant sitting on the side of the road, completely unharmed, and watched as she was led away past him. All 5 of my grandchildren, ages 10 to 17, one a victim of the crash, went from the scene to the emergency room, spending the night in the waiting room, not knowing what happened to their family. They will carry the trauma of this core memory with them for the rest of their lives. In the initial hours after the defendant slammed into Eric, Sam, Ben, and Brogan, medical staff at the hospital thought Eric wasn't going to survive his injuries. They moved him into ICU and advised us to spend as much time as possible with him. For months following this tragedy, Eric needed full-time medical care. He could not drive for 15 weeks. Since the crash, I've spent over 7 months here in South Carolina. My husband, who still works full-time, 6 weeks. Eric's siblings and friends have spent several additional weeks helping him, and we relocated him to our home state for a few months over last year's holiday, knowing how hard they would be, and he was all alone here. After Eric's initial surgeries for facial reconstruction and to repair both his legs so he'd be able to walk again, he required wound care, numerous follow-up doctor visits, and physical therapy. I watched him use a walker to get around and throw it across the room in frustration. I ran to the bathroom in the middle of the night after hearing him fall and cleaned his blood off of the floor. When he developed internal stomach ulcers, acid reflux, a deteriorating esophagus, and had bouts of profuse vomiting, I saw the pain and agony those caused. However, dealing with the severe physical injuries was easy compared to the grief, anxiety, and survivor's guilt to come. You cannot imagine the pain of constantly seeing your grown son crying helplessly and lost. For months upon my awakening, check to see if my son was still breathing. On the darkest of days, I had to chase away the thought that maybe it would have been better if he and Sam had been taken together. I would prefer my own grief over my son's. One of countless heartbreaking memories I have is brushing the road debris off of the wedding envelopes that police gathered at the scene. While Eric opened them and read all the well wishes wedding guests had expressed for the life the happy couple would make together. There were 125 wedding guests and vendors at the wedding. 75% traveled from out of the state to attend only to be traumatized. Since this tragedy, Eric has made over 20 trips to the emergency room and 3 times was readmitted to the hospital for severe anxiety attacks, nausea, and dehydration. His most recent visit was only 3 weeks ago. I know some here see Ben and Eric as the men they appear on the exterior. What are not visible are the internal injuries, the scars hidden by clothing from the multiple surgeries both have endured. You don't see the constant physical pain that has become a part of their lives. The pain doesn't stop there. The emotional pain, the post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, survivor's guilt, and grief have been constant for these 19 months. You don't see the daily struggle, the arthritis setting in, and the future surgeries they've been told will be necessary to control pain and enable both men to remain mobile as they age. You don't see their limited abilities. They're unable to do activities they did before and must rely on others. Both are facing a difficult fight for the remainder of their lives. I was told there are no charges against the defendant for my then 17-year-old grandson, Brogan, because he was not severely injured. Yet he was struck by a car at 65 miles per hour while sitting next to his father, thrown several feet, landing close to his new and now deceased Aunt Sam. His view of Sam shielded by another young girl who had ran out of a nearby home, until he was placed in an ambulance and taken to the emergency room. I know Brogan struggles with his own PTSD, anxiety, trauma, and grief, but mostly in silence, because he sees the physical and emotional struggles of his father and uncle. And I know he feels lucky.
So fake.
I worry for him when he starts to recall the trauma of the day. Your Honor, I need you to please consider the irreparable damage the criminal defendant has caused our families when you impose your sentence. I'm standing here today to
Can you pause,
I
Jimmy?
don't know if my son will ever.
Rosemary says, did the mother say that she wonders if her son's life would be better if her son's life was taken with her daughter-in-law's life? Yes, she did. That they would, so Sam wouldn't have been alone. They wouldn't be without each other, is what she said.
Yeah, he wouldn't be suffering without her.
Yeah, they would have went together. That'll make sense once the son starts talking. You'll understand why she's saying that.
It's heartbreaking.
Any Chicago fans out there? Because my Leafs are beating you right now.
Shameless.
Just had to put that plug in there.
You ready?
Yeah.
Ever be okay or know happiness again. We now live under a shadow. We go through our day-to-day. We even smile for pictures, but it's not real or the life we had. None of us will recover from losing Sam. Although unseen, the emotional damage is constant and at times relentless. Your Honor, please don't prioritize the defendant's life over the life of Sam and the life sentence of pain and suffering inflicted on Eric and Ben. Please send a clear message to the defendant that she must take responsibility for her actions and to others that taking a life as a direct result of irresponsible and selfish choices will result in severe consequences. As we now know, no one is immune to losing someone at the hands of another. It can happen at any time, and we live with the newfound fear it could happen to us again. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alexis Garrett.
So this is Ben's wife now.
Yes, ma'am, tell us your name for the record.
Alexis Garrett.
Yes.
My husband, Ben Garrett, was the driver of the golf cart on April 28, 2023, along with 3 other of my family members. My son, Brogan Garrett, was a passenger in charge of playing the music and holding Eric's suit coat. And my brother, Eric Hutchinson, and my new sister-in-law, Samantha Miller Hutchinson, were all in the golf cart. Your Honor, I've struggled with what to say here today because nothing will convey the depth of pain and struggle that we have endured all of these months or feel adequate to express what was lost that night. We spent the entire day of April 28, 2023 together. We started setting up for the wedding that morning on the beach with our entire family helping. It was a perfect day and a beautiful wedding. I have never seen 2 people happier or more in love than Eric and Sam were on that day. We were still cleaning up at the wedding reception venue when I got the call that changed our lives. I was told my husband and son were involved in an accident and to come right away. Most of that night and the days and months that followed are a blur, except certain moments that will forever stick in my mind. Arriving at the scene, to so many police and medical vehicles, running in my bare feet to the crash site, seeing the chaos and destruction, seeing what I didn't even recognize as a golf
I
cart
just want to
driving
smuck
across
her.
the road. Seeing my husband in a terrible state lying on the road covered in blood, and then being loaded onto a stretcher. I was not allowed to get close to him or anyone there. I remember the moments of despair as I could not see anywhere where my 17-year-old son was. The confusion and the chaos of the scene, and the kind bystanders who helped my mom and I as we tried to comprehend what was happening, and as we learned that Sam and Eric were also involved. Being told to go to the hospital, praying with my other 2 children in the car on the way to the hospital, arriving at the ER not knowing who was there or what condition they were in. The look of fear and the way my son cried when he finally saw me in the emergency room, waiting in my son's room in the ER while we weren't allowed to see my husband, and then finding out that Sam did not make it. Then hearing that my brother was also not doing good and wasn't expected to make it. I remember the worry of not knowing whether I should leave my son and husband when we didn't know the extent of their injuries so that I could go up to the ICU to say goodbye to my brother. It was all too much. It was so much tragedy. I'm trying to figure out how to help so many people I loved all at once. It felt like we were constantly trying to triage all of our family members, all while staying in a rental house 2,000 miles from home. The days that followed were heavy as we tried to comprehend the loss of Sam while trying to navigate the physical injuries Eric and Ben both had. I remember going floor to floor to each of their rooms in the hospital to see them, all while my son recovered at a rental house with my other 2 children. That day that started out so blissfully happy ended in absolute tragedy. The defendant stole the life of the most vibrant woman with the best laugh and the most gorgeous smile unpleasant reminder of how fragile life can be, and it has left us in a state of grief that is difficult to put into words. My brother Eric is never going to be the same. I have never experienced that depth of pain and sorrow when we were in his hospital room the days following. And he would wake up and not remember what had happened, and we would have to tell him all over again. The past 19 months, he has struggled to continue to live. We have worried we would lose him many times since then, because the sorrow and survivor's guilt are just too great to comprehend. He suffers from many physical injuries that cause him daily pain, but nothing will ever compare to his shattered heart. My husband has experienced many physical injuries. He was covered head to toe in road rash and deep cuts and gashes. He spent 11 days in the hospital in Charleston. 9 of those were in the burn unit, undergoing surgery to clean out his many wounds. He underwent physical therapy to be able to walk with a walker and had to be able to sit long enough to endure the long flight home. He is the strongest man I know, and to see him in so much pain was one of the hardest things I have ever done. He continues to have physical pain limiting so many of his daily activities. Many days even walking is too much. The repercussions of that night extend far beyond his physical scars. They have left emotional wounds that we will carry indefinitely. My son, who was 17 years old at the time and merely a passenger in what was meant to be a joyous celebration, has been deeply affected emotionally. Witnessing the aftermath of that horrific accident has instilled in him a sense of fear and anxiety that he struggles with daily. The innocence of his childhood and my other 2 children has been stolen and replaced with an overwhelming sense of drama. It is heartbreaking to see my children struggling with feelings they should never have had to experience at such young ages. Being here today was a conflict for us. We live in Utah, and we had to leave behind my daughter, who cries and breaks down at the mere mention of South Carolina. And the thought of returning to the state terrified her. And bring my youngest son, who didn't want to be parted from his father and brother again. Whenever I go 65 miles per hour on the freeway, I now think of how fast that really is. And that they were riding in a golf cart. It's terrifying to think of what they experienced as the defendant hit them going so fast. We know that it is nothing short of a miracle that these 3 men are still with us here today. And we know Sam had a lot to do with that. She is love and light, and the world will not be the same without her. No family should have to endure the heartbreak and suffering that we have due to this completely preventable tragedy. I do not believe this was merely a single act of recklessness. It has destroyed our family, shattered dreams, and left lasting scars on all of us. We will never be the same. Ours is a life sentence without Sam, and with all of the physical and emotional injuries that the defendant has left in her wake. Thank you for your time, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Thank you, Your Honor. Next, Rogan Garrett. My name is Rogan Garrett, B-R-O-E-A-N. And on April 28th, 2023, while me and my family were on a fun vacation to support my uncle and aunt, what was supposed to be a joyous and celebratory day turned into a nightmare that will haunt me and my family for the rest of my life. That night, after my aunt and uncle's wedding, an intoxicated Jamie Komorowski struck me and my dad while we were taking my aunt and uncle to their rental. The crash took my aunt's life. A bride celebrating the happiest day of her life just hours earlier. She was full of love and laughter and light, and her absence has left an unfillable void in our family, as well as others who had to have Sam ripped from their lives. The impact of this tragedy goes far beyond her death. My father and uncle were severely injured. My uncle to the point that he was not supposed to make it through the night. My father endured immense physical pain a long hospital stay, and grueling recoveries as well as having to watch my biggest role model and protector in my struggle that much to walk just a couple of feet, to sit up in a chair, and to watch him sit out while me and my brother would play catch. I too was injured, both physically and emotionally. The images of the mangled golf cart, staring at the leaves of the trees as sirens blared and lights flashed across them. My ride in the ambulance to the ER. Finally getting to the ER and hearing my mom tell me what was going on. Finally seeing my dad in the state that he was in. And listening to him groan while my mom shared the news with me about Sam. My thoughts were racing, wondering what was going to happen to our family. And thoughts of the brand new marriage that got ripped apart in seconds. These are things that I relive daily. The fear of getting rear-ended again has haunted me since that day. And I did not stop checking my rearview mirror while I drive. The emotional and mental impact has caused me to often wonder how anyone could make the choice to drive while intoxicated. A choice that has brought so much harm to innocent lives. The decision to drive under the influence is not reckless, it's selfish and cruel. It is an act that destroyed a family and robbed us of a loved one who we can never get back. This accident didn't just affect our bodies, it scattered our hearts and broke the spirit of the family that had come together for love and celebration. Instead of remembering that day for the joy of a wedding, we now associate it with grief, trauma, and loss. The few more days that I spent in Folly Beach were not pleasant. When I finally returned to the rental that we were staying at, there was a dull feel that the adults with us were usually taking naps or resting before they returned to the hospital to take the trip with my dad and uncle, while the older kids were tasked with keeping the younger ones entertained. My sister refused to let me out of her sight. They would be constantly taking care of me while my mom was with my dad. I was faced with having to try and help my brother while we struggled with emotions that were not meant to be felt and processed by a 12-year-old. Every little daily task was a struggle for me, and everything seemed to move in slow motion. When it was time to finally go home, we came to realize that my dad was not going to be joining us. And that devastated me and my siblings. Having to separate our family in a time where all we wanted was to be together was very hard. When we got home and were forced to return to our normal lives, it was a struggle. Going back to school and trying to pretend like everything was okay was mentally draining. Everyone asking you the same question over and over again about whether you were okay or not was taxing. Everyday activities like classes, sports, and hanging out with friends felt pointless. And my motivation started to disappear when all I wanted was for my dad to come home. When my dad finally returned home, the enormous burden that was placed on my family did not go away. While still having to help my dad recover, we were also hearing stories about how my uncle was doing back in South Carolina. They were hard to hear, and the combination of watching my dad struggle to recover from his injuries made it hard to keep our hopes up for a better future. The justice process that followed was daunting and placed a lot of stress on me while I was trying to navigate this foreign world that I was dropped into. The big toll on my mental health and the fear of losing another family member has also affected many big decisions in my life. One of those decisions being after graduating to serve an LDS mission, which I was preparing my whole life to do and was looking forward to. I hope the court will consider the profound impact that Jamie Komorowski's actions have had on me and my family and my future. I ask for accountability and justice, not only for the harm done to us, but to send a message that such choices have devastating and irreversible consequences. Thank you for allowing me to share my story.
Can you pause it, Jamie? 2 says the defendant's parents will be mid-70s if when she's released. Imagine a 52-year-old with no work history or prospects. Parents will most likely have to support her. She really was selfish. And you can hear it in the dad's phone calls. Anything extra you want, I will take care of you. You're going to have everything. Just look around and see the people in there. They don't got what you got. It's freaking disgusting. This dad is disgusting. X says, this is one of the reasons I got so involved in true crime and trial observation. To watch these families that are now wrecked by something like this is as compelling as anything can be. Honestly, I think kids should have to. I know years back, there was a bad drinking and driving accident here, and a few people lost their lives, and they were making high school students that were going to get their license go there. They had to go and look at these cars. They had to see what drinking and driving does. Then they also included cell phones in that. Given the way they raised her, this should come as it should come as no surprise to them. Like, she's very entitled. She's one of those kids that could do no wrong, I think. Especially in her weirdo daddy's mind. That's what I was saying, Shiraz. That advocate seemed to be disgusted when Sam's mother was up there. She just had a disgusted look on her face, and when these ones are giving their statement, cries. Maybe she had a read. Maybe she had a read on the mom. I can see a difference now. Her face has softened considerably with the family members that came afterwards. Yeah, I see it now too, Leah. I wasn't paying much attention, so good on you, Leah, for catching that. The young lad was the young lad that was in the golf cart. So his dad was Ben, and he's the young lad that was in the golf cart with his uncle and newly aunt. Yeah, I've never heard of this case until today. Unaware of calls. You reap what you sow. Absolutely. So I was going to do the calls tomorrow night. Do some of the calls. They're horrific, guys. They're just horrific.
Disgusting.
Because we're on a countdown till December 10th. Well, December 5th for Melody Ferris, but December 10th is Donna Adelson back in court. Speaking of, if we get through this, I'll read you the new one. Oh, it's brilliant. The 2 says, my ex cop took our kids to the garage when they wrecked cars where it's a teaching moment. Yep, I think it's a great moment. And I'm telling you, the car that they were showing, the couple cars that they were showing, like there was still matter on the windshields and things like that. So it was horrific. Some of these sentences, the defendant only serves 3/4 of the sentence, and sometimes they can be released early for good behavior. Maybe she only ends up serving 15 years. Who knows? I think she'll do the full 25 for Sam. But so I just read here that in South Carolina, the amount of time a person serves of a sentence depends on the type of sentence and the type of offense. So it says, if it's parolable, offenders typically serve between 51 to 65 of their sentence. So that would mean 25 years for sure. No parole, offenders must serve at least 85% of their sentence. So parole eligibility and service requirements are calculated separately for each conviction. For offenses with no mandatory minimum service requirements, the parole service requirement is 1/3 of the total sentence for violent offenses and 1/4 for non-violent offenses. So either way, she's doing 25, because if it's 51% to 65%, she's going to do 25 years. I love that we get to listen to jailhouse calls now. It is really illuminating. There's a whole hidden side that we get to see now. Oh, absolutely. And now that we see this, those jailhouse calls hit way different. I really, really want to hear Donna's jailhouse calls. I really do. Stress says, good to see you, X, by the way. Been a while. You might be right, Rochelle. Let's hope so. She deserves it. Absolutely, Rosemary, she does. And Leah, she came across in those calls as a spoiled brat. She did. And that she could do no wrong. Okay, Jamie.
Benjamin Garrett.
Yes, sir.
This is Ben.
Benjamin Garrett. Your Honor, I just want to start out thanking all the first responders for that night. I know it wasn't something that anybody wanted to go through. And also, I just want to thank Folly Beach, the community, Charleston, Morgan, Utah, North Carolina, everybody around the world for supporting our families through this. Your Honor, that evening was such a good night. Celebrating Sam and Eric and their love. And I was looking forward to driving them off their rental with my son. It was my only job for the wedding. While we were on the drive there, we were talking that night. You know, we were just listening to Sam and Eric talk, flirting with each other. Rogan and I were having conversations. We talked about the breakfast burritos at Burt's Market, how fantastic they were. And that's the last thing I remember that night. The next thing I knew, someone was tapping my shoulder, asking me if I knew where I was. And I remember opening my eyes and seeing all the lights and knowing that I was at the hospital. I had no idea how it got there or what had happened. The next time I woke up, I remember hearing Eric yelling in pain, just screaming, "It hurts, it hurts." There was so much chaos inside the ER. In and out of consciousness. I asked about my son, and one of the nurses came back. I think it was a nurse, I don't know who it was. Told me that it didn't look good. And then a little bit later, when I woke up again, they came back and told me that they'd given me the wrong diagnosis. They'd given me Eric's diagnosis instead of my son. And that my son was with my wife, and they'd be taking me back there. The hospital staff eventually took me back to go see my wife and my son. And that's when my wife told me that Sam didn't make it. They didn't know if Eric was going to make it through the night. It was my only job, and I didn't get to complete it. To make sure that they got their rental property.
That is sad. It was my only job.
Your Honor, I had road rash all over my body. That night, I had no idea the extent of my injuries. I didn't want to move. I couldn't move. Had stitches in my forehead, an open hole in my knuckles on my left hand, giant gash on my right wrist, and I couldn't walk, couldn't even stand. I actually, when they released my son, I told him I was going home. And the doctors told me, well, if you can stand, you can go home. it was a struggle to sit up. And I knew that I'd be staying longer. After the first couple of days of my wife getting pretty upset with the condition that I was in, Dr. Hink at NUSC and her team took me in for surgery again. Fixed up the stitches on my forehead and also gave me a fish skin graft on my right wrist. I then spent the next 90 days recovering from injuries and trying to walk. I separated my right SI joint, cracked my sacrum, and tore the labrum in my right hip. I had to practice sitting in a chair so that I could show the doctors that I could fly home and join my family who left. When I returned home, I was referred to the University of Utah Burn Clinic and instructed to see a general practitioner and orthopedic surgeon. I had more MRIs and x-rays due to problems in my pelvis, my back, and my neck. That is when they found that I had broken vertebrae in multiple places in my back and my neck. And I still have issues there today.
Can you pause, Jamie?
Spent 6 months in physical therapy.
So Leah says, please explain who this guy is. So this is Ben. He was driving the golf cart. He is Eric's brother-in-law. He is married to Eric's sister. The blonde that was just speaking before the son, that's his wife. That's Eric's sister. This is Ben, the brother-in-law to Eric. Okay.
Until my insurance told me I ran out of visits. Your Honor, this is just a list of the physical injuries, and most of them I'm still dealing with. So I'll need to have a hip replacement, fusion of my SI joint, and possible fusion of my vertebrae in my neck and my back. This will continue to be a burden that we'll have to deal with financially, physically, and emotionally for the rest of my life. The hardest part of this, the whole incident, is the mental and emotional side. Your Honor, my wife and kids saw me in a state they should never see me. I am
Can you pause, Jimmy?
unable to be the husband or father.
So there are jail calls which are worse. Oh, you at Armand, the jail calls are horrible. They are they're absolutely horrible. And I feel when Ben said, I only had one job to do, and when that was to get them from the reception to their rental house. It's just sad. Wait till Eric speaks. Your heart will just break. Okay.
Father that I was or wanted to be in the future. I should be seen as their protector, their rock. My kids and my wife now watch me go downstairs to make sure I can make it. They come out, carry things in from my truck or from our cars because I can't carry them. These are all things that I could do on my own before. And I can't even do stuff around the house. I can't get on the ground,
Jimmy?
fix a faucet.
Yes, he was very injured. He's had to have hip replacement. He's had a fusion, and there's a good chance he'll have to have a fusion in his neck and back also. He was very injured. He can't lift anything. He was just saying there, his sons have to do it for him. He can't be the dad that he wanted to be or that he used to be anymore. He was severely injured. Patricia Burns says she actually whines, why is this happening to me, Daddy-O, in the jail calls? Yep, she does. And her dad says, good things happen or bad things happen to good people. Shreya says you're gonna love the air fryer. Patricia Burns, best appliance investment I've made in 2 decades. Oh, I love mine. I love my air fryer. There we go. Woo! Off the rails.
I call our air fryer the devil machine or the demon machine. I hate that thing. Anyways,
Yeah, Rosemary, absolutely. It's a miracle that she did not unalive 3 people in that crash. Absolute miracle.
well, she could have been on like 4 because it was Sam, Eric, Ben, and his son. So there were 4 people in that car.
Yes, sorry. She could have unalive 4.
Yeah.
You're welcome, Leah. The 2 says part of my lack of empathy, but this gal looks as though she's showing the pouty, sad face she's been showing her daddy for decades. Just FYI, doesn't work outside the home. Oh, there's no lack of empathy for her. She is disgusting. Disgusting human being. And I'm telling you, don't tell me that was her first time drinking and driving. Bullshit. And honestly, I think the whole alcoholics thing was somewhat of an excuse for the defense to use. She's just a spoiled, rotten kid. And I know she's 27, but Trisha says, I've only had mine for 4 days and I'm engaged to it now. We are both very happy. Oh, same here, Patricia. I used mine tonight. Rosemary says, oh my God, what the heck? She could have unalived 5 people, including herself. She walked away without a scrape.
I don't even care how this
Scrape.
sounds, but I do not give a shit if she had done it to herself. That would have been on her.
Yep.
Sorry.
No, I agree.
So I don't count her as one of the possible victims of her crime. That's all.
It's always the person that's drinking and driving that doesn't get harmed.
It's because their muscles and everything are more relaxed and they don't tense up. They don't fight the impact.
Yeah. But really, how much of an impact would she have felt? It was a golf cart.
Right? That is true. Well, she was going over 60 miles.
Yeah,
Now-
like the guy said, she didn't hit us. She ran through us.
Yeah, exactly. Disgusting.
All right.
Come on.
It's leaking. I can't get on the ground, pull weeds, or fix sprinklers. Wrestle with my boys, run football routes, throw passes, swing a bat, swing golf clubs, be a catcher for my son when he wants to pitch. I can't even go for a run. I don't even like to run, but I can't go for a run. I would love to be able to do TikTok dances with my daughter. Like
I
used to.
agree, Leah.
These are all things that have been taken from us, including my hobbies of hiking, fly fishing, ice fishing, skiing. I get so frustrated that there's so many things that I can't do. And stuff that I do around my house, I now have to hire somebody to do. When before I could just do it on my own. And whenever someone leaves our house, which we've got teenagers, so it happens all the time, we are nervous and always checking on them to see where they're at, hoping that they will make it home safe. It's a new fear for us. It's a new fear for me, just to even make it home. I have a golf ball in my truck that when I start getting anxious, anxiety when I'm driving, I can grab that golf ball and rub the dots, the dimples in it, to help ground me. to help me calm down. And I always go back in my mind to that night, me being the driver, if there was something that I could have done,
Nothing you could do, sir.
something I could have done different. I replayed the events leading up to it constantly in my mind. Like Rogan going back to get Sam's cell phone. How long we sat at a stoplight listening to a song. Could I have gone a different route? Could I have gone slower? Could I have gone faster? These are the things that I struggle with every day. Every day I'm in constant pain and have no way to get the relief that I need. I have to go to work. I have a family to support, and I work in construction and drive a lot, so I can't take painkillers. When I get up in the morning, I say a prayer that the pain today will not be that bad, and then I'll be able to do the things that I need to do to take care of my family. It is a daily struggle. Some days it's hourly. But I will not let James' choice to drink and drive that night keep me from trying every day to get better. Your Honor, I don't know Jamie. I don't know her personality. I've never talked to her. I don't plan on talking to her. But the decision to drive drunk that night was made well before April 28th, 2023. I'm a strong believer that people have a moral compass in their lives, whether we agree with that compass or not. Everybody has a moral compass, and Jamie made the decision that it was okay to drink and drive well before that night.
He's right.
There is a statement that Jamie made in one of the calls to her father where she asked, "Why did this happen to me?" Like she didn't have control over this. Your Honor, nothing happened to Jamie. Jamie happened to Sam. Jamie happened to Eric. Jamie happened to Brogan. Jamie happened to me. Jamie happened to everybody that was impacted by this.
Perfect.
She chose well before that night to drink and drive. And this would be okay. It was not. I'm not sure that Jamie is remorseful. We are here today, a little over 19 months later, listening to her plead guilty. Even though I am thankful for that, and that we aren't going to trial, we did not get to delay the physical and emotional prison that Jamie put us in for 19 months. The evidence was there. Why did it take this long?
Can you pause?
Jamie will serve her time.
It took that long because she was hoping that they would find a way to fight it. I guarantee those lawyers finally said, listen, the judge even says, the panels are coming in. The jury's being set. They were supposed to do that today. And she pleads guilty today because I guarantee her lawyer said, listen, you need to plead guilty and you'll probably, maybe the judge will see some leniency because you want to plead guilty. So he's right. Why now plead guilty when you could have done it 19 months ago? So so in the beginning, she was denied bail. She was out on house arrest, I believe it was March. So she's been on house arrest till now.
I read what Shiraz wrote, and I flinched for a second there because of my name. I was like, what? I hate
Yeah.
sharing a name with this lady.
Yeah. That squinting of the eyes and blinking hard is to try to make it look so you're going to tear up. It's all fake.
Yeah, if you want to see her cry, watch her little jail calls to daddy.
Oh, you want to hear her cry. Wait, I'll just wait till the end. I just wait till the end because it's hilarious. And anybody that's heard that jail call will understand why I said it's hilarious. All right.
Ugh, this lady.
And the penalty, the court decided.
No, Rosemary, she didn't take a plea.
She will eventually get out. But the prison that she has put us in will be with us the rest of our lives. We will never get Sam back. Our lives will never be the same.
She didn't pause it.
I think about having grandchildren.
Guys, she didn't plea. She didn't get a plea. They were going to trial, so she decided to say, she went up and the judge asked her if she knew everything and why it was, her lawyer said she was going to say she was guilty today to try to stop the trial from going any further. But it wasn't a plea deal. No plea deal. No, she just pled guilty. She didn't take a plea deal. Defense lawyer Imad For said that waiting until the last minute before pleading guilty is pretty common. Yeah, it's just disgusting though, right? Because like Ben just said, all the evidence was there. All the evidence was there. Why wait 19 months to do it? Yeah, she just pled guilty, guys. She didn't take a plea deal. Leah says, I think her lawyer sitting beside her, the one with the glasses, he just gave her a disgusting look. I think he's disgusting. No, I think, see what I kept seeing, Leah, was he was looking over to give her a sign. This is where you need to be crying. This is where you need to be crying.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah. Because you'll notice he won't look all the time, but then when somebody says something certain thing, he gives her a look. It's like he's coaching her when to show emotion. All right, sorry, Jamie.
No problem.
Not being able to get on the ground and play with them. I know the court will do what it needs to do, and we will accept that. And I thank you for your time, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Thank you, Your Honor. Eric Hutchinson.
This is sad.
Yeah, Eric, A-R-I-C,
And your last name, sir?
Hutchinson, H-U-C-C-A.
Oh, sorry.
Sam was my wife. I was sitting next to her on the golf cart. I've been thinking about what to say ever since that night. What do you say when your world's shattered? Physically, I'm in pain every day. My face hurts, my back hurts, my feet hurt. It's a struggle to get through every day. I've seen more doctors than I can count. I've seen more therapists. More psychiatrists, done more procedures than I ever care to do. And I still feel I'm at the same point as when I found out that day. My world will be ever changed. What happened that night? I think about that night every single day. In the last moments I had with Sam on the golf cart. She told me she didn't want the night to end. And I kissed her on the forehead. And then the next thing I remember is waking up in the hospital. I see my mom's face, still wearing the wedding dress from the night before. And I knew instantly. And so I asked where Sam. I knew she wasn't there. I wish more than anything gives me instead of Sam. I wish I died that night,
Can you pause?
so she didn't have to go alone.
I won't pause through Eric's again, but this is kind of cute. Patricia Byrne made me do this. There once was a slacker named Jamie whose car smelled a little bit gamey. She destroyed a golf cart and broke all of our hearts. But Miss K still says, don't blame me. Okay, I won't pause through the rest of his because it's really touching.
Can we change her name?
I wish I saw you coming. And I jumped off the golf cart so you would only run me over. And pray to God that you missed that golf cart. We did not get hit. We got ran through at 65 miles per hour. There's no way any four of us, any three of us should be alive. All four of us should have died that night. But I'm a firm believer Sam saved us. That's who she is. She would have took one for all of us. Said, take me, save these guys. The guilt with that I live with every single second of every day is unbearable. You took the greatest human being I've ever met. She's not coming back. She's gone. She was my world. And I'd give anything just for 1 second to hold her again. She wanted children, and she talked me into having two. She wanted them so bad that she wanted to start having kids, or trying to have kids before the wedding. But I was nervous that she wouldn't be able to fit into her wedding dress. So we decided to wait till after the wedding to start a family. I don't have joy, I don't have passion, I don't have drive. I feel like I'm stuck in hell. I wish every day that I died. Do you know what it's like to vow to protect your wife and to do anything for her, and then to lose her hours after that? Something nobody should have to go through. This tragedy has touched so many people around the world. I've received letters, messages, strangers all over the country or the world, just at home with a lot of people. And they have shown so much love and support. Your sentence does not matter to me. If I had it my way, I'd give you life. It seems only fair since you took Sam's life and the holes that you've ripped through our entire family, my family, and all our friends. But I know that decision is not up to me. Regardless of what decision is made, I still will be in this hell. I still will have to go through everything. My brother-in-law will still have pain, will still have surgery. Sam's family will still miss their daughter and sister. Sam was a light to all of us. She was the wrong person to die that night. This is a quote from Sam's vows. She said, I will love you today, tomorrow, and until I take my last breath on this earth. I'm forever yours. That was the hours before you killed her. Thank you for your time, Aaron.
Oh,
That was heartbreaking.
There's nothing
Oh.
further. We'll leave that discretion for dealing with facts and circumstances, case, such as people themselves.
you're Shrez, it is brutal on the ears.
Your Honor, with the court's indulgence, I'd like to address the court in argument on behalf of Ms. Komorowski. Thank you. Proceed.
This just pisses me off.
I have had the privilege of representing Jamie Komorowski for the last 18 months. And before I
Can you pause?
get into my sentencing
Yep.
argument,
This man's first sentence sends me over the edge. His first sentence, Your Honor, I've had the privilege
Right.
of defending Jamie Komorowski for the past, I think he said, over the past year. The privilege. How is it that, seriously, are defense attorneys that tone deaf? It just baffles me. Sorry.
It's fine.
I would just like to take a moment to truly express my deepest condolences to the Miller family, the Hutchinson family, the Garrett families. For my entire defense team, as well as the Komorowski family, we are truly regretful that you had to go through this. And I hope that your injuries will eventually clear up, and I'm so sorry that you have lost a man in your lives, and I mean that genuinely.
Still pisses me off,
Our
Shrez.
defense team and the Komorowski family cannot fathom the pain that these lovely families are going through. And while we know it's never enough, we genuinely convey those deepest sympathies and prayers. And I want the court and everyone in the courtroom to know that Jamie has heard the calls for punishment. And as you will soon hear, she recognizes those calls are justified. Punishment is one cornerstone of our criminal justice system. And punishment is warranted here. No one is contesting that. Most importantly, Jamie. And we also recognize that punishment serves deterrence purposes. It ensures that people are accountable for crimes that are committed, especially those that, like in this case, involve victims. Here has been highlighted a beautiful bride lost her life, and several were seriously injured. That's, as I mentioned, that's not lost upon me, the Komorowskis, or our entire defense team, Your Honor.
Pause it.
We also just respectfully ask this court to
A beautiful bride lost her life, and others were severely, mysteriously injured.
Mysteriously.
They weren't mysteriously injured, you twat waffle.
Yeah, fair enough.
They were injured because of what your client did. And others severely injured, okay, I would have been okay with that sentence. But others severely, mysteriously injured. Death, destruction, and lifelong tragedy, all because of booze. It bugs me to no end. Armand, I agree with you. You know, because I'm not sure if you were here, Armand, when I said my story about my mom. I don't drink. I don't drink because of that woman. I don't even have a social drink because of her. It grosses me out. Shrez says, I know it's supposed to make you wonder if you've maybe missed something that might mitigate what the state is saying about the accused. Everyone knows it's mostly bullshit. Yep, it truly is. Still makes me mad.
It's disgusting.
Rosemary says, I'm sorry, everyone. I'm getting tired. My writing is turning into word scramble. I'm starting to get giddy. It's getting time for bed for me. Thanks for the laughs. I'll listen as I get ready for bed. Night, Rosemary, my friend. Thank you for joining. All right. Oh, but seriously, mysteriously injured.
So how do you accept responsibility for one person that was in that same half mysterious, half not mysterious vehicle or golf cart? The rest of them were all mysteriously injured. It's not a mystery. You already took blame for one of the people in the car. Take blame for all of them, dumbass.
I know. I just, to me, that it bugged me earlier when I heard it, and I'm like, I went back and I'm like, whoa, did he just say that? Like, she's
Well,
been treated like she's a child for too long. She's a grown woman who doesn't give a shit about the impact her actions on all of these people. No, you're right, Patricia. She doesn't. I don't think she's ever had to be accountable for anything in her life.
I don't
And-
either. And it's really sad because when I was talking to Rochelle about this earlier, when she first brought it up, and I was like, oh shit, I know this case. And I sat there and told Rochelle, I think she's like 21. She might not even be of legal drinking age.
No, she's 27.
Yeah, she's 27. And yeah, I thought she was younger because of how immature she is and how her dad treats her and everything else. I hold my 27-year-old to accountability for his actions. Except for when it comes to Candy, Rochelle, don't go on me on that.
Yeah.
Everything else, okay?
Hope you have sweet dreams tonight, Rosemary.
Good night.
All right, we'll get back to it.
Okay.
Equally consider the various other sentencing factors that are likewise cornerstones to the criminal justice system. Factors that we submit are material to fashioning an appropriate sentence here. And those factors necessarily include Jamie's history, her character, her rehabilitative potential, which must be equally weighed with the need to protect society, to deter and
No, I'll get you to pause it again.
No problem. Anytime.
Armand says, gotta go, a lunch appointment in a few minutes. A lunch appointment, is that what the kids are calling hot dates now, Armand? We'll watch the rest after I get back. Then Looney Booney's statement. I am sure it'll be oh dear God. You haven't seen it, Armand?
Oh man, we watched that.
Oh.
Can everybody make sure you hit that like button before you go, Armand, please?
That statement, it is a show on its own, that statement. I am telling you. Yep. Armand, Boone is guaranteed to piss you right off. Yep.
You have no idea.
I have no idea, Leah. Like their injuries just came out of nowhere, I guess.
Only the 4 that she didn't murder.
The 3 that she didn't.
3.
Murder.
Right. Yeah, because it would have been 4 in total. Sorry. Yeah. So the 3 that she didn't murder, those were mysterious.
Yeah, mysterious injuries. Patricia, hey, stupid face, tell your attorney it ain't going down well. Yeah. All right. Actually, you know what, Amy? You want to forward through his jazz
Okay.
and get to the impact statements of her family.
Of her family?
Yeah.
How
He
long does-
talks for okay, go back
That's her
some.
dad. Yeah, that's her dad. So
Yeah,
right about
right there.
All right.
Because he just jabbers.
So her dad's not going to sound any better.
Was that who you were referring to?
yes, ma'am, it is.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The first person I'd like to invite to address the court is Jamie's father, Charles Komorowski.
He's a jackass.
Yes, sir, please state your name for the record.
My name's Charles Komorowski.
Yes.
Jamie Komorowski's father.
Yes, sir, be glad to hear from you.
Your Honor, I'd like to address Samantha's family, the Millers, and Eric Hutchins' family. I'm very sorry for the pain and suffering of my daughter Jamie's terrible decision to drink excessive amount of alcohol and drive a car that resulted in taking the life of Samantha. I am so very sorry, and so truly very sorry. Because of the pain that she has caused, Jamie is doing everything she can to help others. She has become very involved with Alcoholics Anonymous. She attends virtual Alcoholics Anonymous meetings every day. She's the chairperson of one of the meetings. She hosts a meeting every Friday morning in her home. At her
You
apartment.
pause it, Jimmy.
Yep.
Volunteered.
Can't really get a close up on this man's face in this. Don't tell me this man's not an alcoholic. First off, he's got a wino nose. If you know what a wino nose is, it's where it's right red and it's getting all bumpy.
Yep.
That's called a wino nose. This man is a drinker. 100%.
I think that didn't he say in one of, and I could be thinking of a different person, but I thought that in one of his calls he did talk about how he was in AA at one time to his daughter.
Possibly.
I could be mistaken, but I thought he did talk about AA and talked about how he was in AA at one time. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Don't
And
quote me.
Yeah, no, Trez is right. He sounded like he was drunk on those prison calls. I agree.
Yep.
He is on a fast track to a heart attack. Yeah. Like you can see like how red his face is. But I at first, when I first saw him, I thought, oh well, maybe it's just he's sad or whatever, and he's all this. But his face is red the same way all the time. Right, go ahead, Jamie.
Right.
To be on call for the Alcoholics Anonymous hotline. She answers calls from people that are in immediate need of support and information. She advises them on how to get involved with Alcoholics Anonymous and also reassures them that they are taking the first step
Oh, she's such a good girl. She's a fucking call center.
getting help for their addiction. She shares her personal story so that it may prevent others from drinking and driving. She is passionate about trying to help people to not drink and drive. She is a very caring, loving young lady. She's working and will work tirelessly to help others to make better decisions than she has to never drink and drive. She has taken full responsibility for her disastrous decision to drink and drive, resulting in taking Samantha's life. Please allow her to fulfill her heartfelt desire to help others and prevent someone from making the tragic decision to drink and drive. She truly is a wonderful person that can and will help others. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Oh, you believe that, Patricia?
I'm shocked at how quick his statement was. Are you?
Oh yeah, it was disgusting.
But are you not shocked by how quick it was?
Oh yeah, because he doesn't care. Like you hear it in the jail calls. This man didn't care. He doesn't care about what his daughter did.
No, he doesn't care about what his daughter did, but it sounded like he didn't even sound like he was pleading for his daughter. He was just like, can we get this over with? I have a bar to get to.
Oh, that's a good chance.
He's like,
Sure.
the VFW will open soon.
Shraz says this is what a lot of our patients look like in months before they die of
Cirrhosis of the liver? Oh, esophageal.
esophageal
Varices.
varices. Huh, I'm gonna have to look that up to see what that is. Is he on crack? Who knows? Yeah, that's one of the. I believe that's one of the detectives. Like, sit down, man. Sit down. All right, I think now it's the mother that comes up,
Oh, yeah.
or the sister. Can't remember.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to invite Janie's mother, Kelsey.
The mother.
She is shorter than me.
I'd be glad to hear from you. And state your name for the record.
My name is Tracy Komorowski. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Could you spell your first name for the record?
Graci.
Thank you, ma'am. You may proceed.
I'm Jamie's mother. And first, I want to say how truly sorry I am for all the pain and suffering, the heartache, the victims, and their families and loved ones have endured. With my sorrows, I will always feel the pain. I will always
Jesus,
feel the
Shrez.
God for what has happened to them.
Can't take credit for that one, Patricia. It was Jamie.
Caring, generous, and a loving person. She's been a loyal friend, sister, and daughter. She greatly cares for others and wants the best and happiness for others. This makes her happy. Jamie was a good student who graduated from Coastal Carolina College and made Dean's List. She chose to stay in South Carolina to live rather than come back home to New Jersey. A couple years after college, Jamie started to share with me that she had been suffering from anxiety and depression. We spoke about talking to someone and seeing a doctor, which she did. I often thought her anxiety and depression was due to being homesick. And
Yeah, it was
loneliness
Dr. Captain Morgan.
daily stress of life. I now believe Jamie was using alcohol to cope with her feelings. I will forever regret not speaking to Jamie about alcoholism because it has been our immediate family.
Wow.
Jamie has been doing everything she can to better herself. As I know these things are being repeated, but this is what I wrote down. She has been involved with AA and its members. She joins meetings online, answers AA hotline calls to help others. Jamie is constantly sharing her story, constantly help others from making the same mistakes she has. She has opened her heart to many. I respect your sentence for Jamie, Your Honor, but I do ask for some mercy on my daughter. I know she made a horrible decision, but she is a good person.
Oh, the
And I
bitch is
thank you
crying
for the
now.
opportunity to speak about her daughter today.
You're welcome, ma'am. Is there anyone else that wishes to address the board?
Yes, Your Honor. Next, I would invite Jamie's sister, Kelsey Pomerowski, to address the court.
Yes, ma'am. If you would tell us your name for the record.
Kelsey Komorowski,
You can spell your first name, please.
K-E-S-I.
Thank you, ma'am. You may proceed. You're welcome.
I, of course, first want to apologize to friends and family and loved ones of Samantha. So sorry, and nothing that we've done here today. You know, this is horrible decisions that I wish there was a general.
Ma'am, we need you to speak up for us,
Oh,
please. The
sorry.
court reporter can't hear you. I'm sorry.
I wish there was a way to go back in time and change the horrible decisions that Jamie made that night. And I can only imagine the depth of your sorrow and your heartbreak. I am truly, truly sorry. I know a lot of people have spoken about what Jamie has done since being released and coming onto house arrest. And I think the biggest note here is that she's just taken as much action as she can. It was an action that.
That's insane, Shrez.
I know she's going to vow and commit herself to placing actions out in the world that could hopefully right these wrongs in one way or another. She's here to help others through their struggles and to be more open about struggles about alcoholism. You know, how you see it in your family and how you can prevent things from.
Jimmy, can you pause that?
Yep.
So devastating.
Am I the only one that thinks, how the hell are these people standing up there saying, oh, she's such a good person. She wants to help other people from not drinking and driving and this and that. I couldn't do that. I couldn't stand up there for a family member and be so tone deaf. These people lost a daughter, a sister, an aunt, a wife, and two of the men will never be the same ever again in their entire life. To sit there and say, oh, but you know, she picks up the phone and she answers for people when they call and she helps them figure out how to get into an AA meeting. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a cold-hearted person, but I couldn't do that. I'd be like, I'm sorry, my sister did what she did. We accept the sentence. I'm sorry, my sister was an asshole.
I was going to use a different word.
And I could, yeah, Patricia, exactly. I could not do it. I could not do it.
I couldn't look at another mother in the face and after my child had done something like that and been like, yeah, you know, please just forget. No, I couldn't do it either, Patricia. I couldn't look at another mother in that situation if my child had devastated their lives. No. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I
This family pisses me off.
yeah. All right.
Okay.
We're almost there.
I love Jerry very much, and I'm sure that's hard for some people to hear, but I've known her her whole life. She's not a bad person. She won't wish harm on anybody. She did make a horrible, horrible mistake. I am very sorry to Ben's family and loved ones, and I just ask the court sees the potential in her to be able to move forward and help others. I know she will, wherever she may be.
You're welcome. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next, I'd invite Kim Walters to address the court.
She would state your name for the record.
That's Kimberly Walters.
You may proceed.
First of all, I'm deeply sorry for the loss of Samantha, as well as the financial implications, as well as the implications of the family. My name is Kimberly Walters, and I'm a sober member of Alcoholics Anonymous.
Oh, God.
For many years. I take meetings to the jail, and that's where I met Jamie. I met her in May of 2023. She was extremely sad when I met her, and she didn't grasp the situation. While Jamie, she had limited access to counseling while she was in jail, but she did attend the AA meetings that we brought in from the outside. We provided her with a big book, and she started to go through it with some of the members within her community and read the big book as well. When she was released on house arrest, she reached out to me through some of the Zoom meetings and asked me to be her sponsor, and I gladly accepted. As her sponsor, I met with Jamie twice a week at her apartment, where we went to the big book. We began working the 12 steps of AA. AA is not just a fellowship, it is a way of life. It's a way of life for me and many others to keep me sober. I work with other alcoholics. She has taken complete action for accountability for her actions, and she's made amends where she can. Jamie approaches the process with fearless determination to turn her life around and take responsibility for her actions. She made the direct amends where she could, and she took on a path of honesty and integrity. Through her involvement of AA, we've heard of all the great things she's done, whether it be hosting meetings at her home, reaching other alcoholics, or sharing her story, so this tragic accident will not repeat itself. In addition to recovery efforts, she's also found a part-time job using her education to better herself and care for herself. This opportunity has allowed her to get back to the community by advancing her career. She's passionate about helping others, as we've heard, and helping other local run businesses and helping other women with alcoholics. As we all know, what has occurred is a tragic accident as a result of the disease of alcoholism. While there's no true way to right this wrong, Jamie is deeply remorseful of her past actions, and I care for her. She was my own daughter. She's thoughtful, kind, and compassionate. This tragic experience has unfortunately awakened her and had her claim that she's now an alcoholic, and she's now embraced the principles of AA. In my many years of Alcoholics Anonymous, I have worked with many sponsees. That's part of this program. We can't get sober alone. We do it with others. We continue to carry the message to help other alcoholics. Jamie stands out to me as a very impactful person, not only because of her circumstances, because of her unwavering faith. Her unwavering faith in a brighter future. And
There we go again with faith.
Jamie is ready to make amends for the life she took and for all those that were affected. She's accepted whatever the judicial system imposes on her and intends to face this with dignity and sobriety. I'm incredibly proud of her, and although she's remorseful for her choices, she is an alcoholic and she was sick. She did not make the decision consciously or sanely. She was drunk. She made the choice to drink, but unfortunately in alcoholism, this is a deadly disease and we make very poor choices. While nothing can be done to bring back Samantha, Jamie's a young woman with a full head of life ahead of her. She's already on the way to changing her life around and adding many, many years of sentence, like we referenced as well. I have 2 teenage daughters, and while I would be devastated if something happened to them, I would hate for another life to be taken away or a lengthy sentence. I strongly believe that our AA community and the broader society will be better off when they're actively contributing as a member, and I pray for mercy and leniency. I thank you for considering my words.
You're welcome.
Society's better off with her in it. Jesus Christ, woman, go get your head read.
I'd like to invite the director of the Charleston Recovery Center, Jennifer Jett, to address the board.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. If you would tell us your name for the record.
My name is Jennifer Pett, Jenniffer, P-E-T-T.
Thank you. You may proceed.
I have had a lot of tears for both families involved in this, and a lot of prayers for both sides of it. There's no easy way, there's no easy solution for anybody in this program. I got a phone call before I even heard of Jamie from her dad asking about getting her in for treatment at the Charleston Recovery Center. I know that she had wanted to get help for her alcoholism. I guess it was shortly after the accident. I don't watch the news. I didn't know anything about that. I didn't know her. I didn't know her dad. But I knew that her dad was reaching out for help. I later found out who he was calling about was Jamie. And I was invited to the bond hearing where the family and her attorneys had hoped to get her involved in the Charleston Recovery Center for a residential long-term inpatient recovery center, and they wanted to have Jamie come there. It didn't work out with the decision of the court, but shortly after Jamie was released on her bond, she reached out to me, and I know that she reached out to several other women at AA and tried to get some sort of recovery going from where she was standing. She wasn't sure how that worked. It sounded like she had found a wonderful sponsor. She checked in with me several times since she's been on house arrest. I've been making good progress with her sponsor. Alcoholics, I'm a recovered alcoholic myself. My sober date is April 21 of 2019. And I've been on the side of the law where, the courts, where I was facing time. And I know that from that side of it, God can use us wherever we go. Whether it's this courtroom, whether it's jail, whether it's home. In Jamie's case, she has thoroughly embraced the steps. You're right, Your Honor, you can't go to AA and expect to stay sober. You have to thoroughly walk this path. You have to thoroughly invest yourself in this program over these steps. Jamie has worked all the steps, and a huge part of this program is continuing to pass on this message to other alcoholics. And her story is powerful. Working in the recovery community, I've seen a lot of tragedy. It's a heartbreaking field to be in, but it's also very rewarding because I've had the benefit of seeing people like Jamie turn their lives around and carry this message to help countless other people that came in behind them. I went to an AA meeting once and they asked somebody who was sober several years, several decades, to stand up. He was dying of natural causes. He was still sober. They had asked everybody who he had helped to, whoever he had sponsored to stand up. And those men stood up. Then they told those men to keep standing, and the people that were sponsored by those men to stand up. And more people stood up. And then those people who they sponsored to stand up. And eventually, out of about 150 people in the room, everybody was standing except for a couple people who hadn't had a chance to embrace this as Anonymous. And the ripple effect of what Jamie's story is and how it can heal people.
I agree, Patricia.
She may deserve the punishment. But the people that she can help don't deserve that. I believe that. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Last week, having Jamie's brother, CJ, come out to address the court.
Sir, if you could tell us your name for the record.
My name is CJ Komorowski.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
To Mr. and Miss Miller and Eric, I'm so sorry for what you lost and what you will not get back. I'll carry this day with me as a reminder to forever and always be careful and think twice to make sure nothing like this will ever happen again. I wholeheartedly believe in my sister Jamie that she truly does feel the same way. I trust her.
Sorry, I was muted. If he truly feels the same way his sister does, then why is he like visibly upset where his sister has to be coached into being upset?
When I watched this, I believe this young lad. I believe that he's taken this to heart, and this will be he's the only one of her family that I believe.
No, I believe him too. When he says that one line, it's that one line that irritates me, that he believes his sister feels the same way. No, guy, you are visibly upset without being coached.
Yeah, but you got to remember here, he's the youngest of the family, right? And he's the brother. He's the brother. So a brother's going to try to protect his sister, but his emotions and he literally looked over and he named them.
He did. I respect that, and that's why I'm not coming down like really hard on him. I'm just saying, I feel bad for him, but at the same time, I'm thinking to myself, your sister does not give a fuck. She doesn't. She does not care. She has to be coached into looking like she cares. This guy cares.
I agree. I agree with
all.
that. But my
That's
point
all I'm
is,
saying.
my point
I
is,
agree with you.
I agree with you 100%. But my other point is the fact that maybe in his heart of hearts, he's hoping his sister feels the same way.
That I believe, because like I have five kids, and my kids will go to bat for each other. I mean, they will defend each other to no end. But at the same time, they're not going to stay. And I understand sibling. I have tons of siblings. I understand that. I feel so bad for him because I believe, like you're saying, that in his heart, he wants to believe what he's saying. When he's saying it for me, I'm like, dude, that's not what anybody else is seeing. That's all I was saying.
No, and I 100% agree with you because that's not what we're seeing. 100% agree with you. I think he wants to feel it in his heart that his sister's a good person, but he's the only one that actually showed real emotion.
And that's why I respect him and I feel bad for him because it's a family thing. And I'm sure that his entire family is like, no, you have to do this for your sister. And like you said, I believe that he does hope that his sister learned from this and that she feels bad. We just don't see it. So that's all.
No, I don't believe she does at all. And Leah says, hope someone can answer this question. Why is the killer sitting in a nice comfy chair that rocks back and forth for soothing? You know what?
She's been out on bond.
But
So
Well,
she's
not-
not necessarily in the same position as, like, say, Sarah Boone or Charlie.
Yeah, but you can't, it doesn't matter. It's different courtrooms, Leah. They have different chairs because look at Wade Wilson. He was in a comfy chair. Actually, Sarah Boone was in a comfy chair too.
Was she? I don't even
Yeah.
remember what chair she was sitting in.
It just depends on the courtroom.
Yeah, that it does. I forgot about that. They are in different courtrooms. So
I can see the parents in this family telling all the siblings to stand with their family or else. I 100% agree.
and that's what I was saying. I could guarantee that his family is like, this is what you need to say to sell, like, basically to sell the story.
Yeah, but his real emotion showed.
Exactly. So that's why that's why I agree with you on what you were saying. And then that was the only part that irritated me. And I agree with you though. I think he does hope that she feels that way, but we all see that she doesn't.
I would bet this kid never gets in trouble with drinking and driving.
Right.
His delusion about his sister is also enabling behavior. Yes, it is. Hey, JJ, how are you? Can you even imagine what the lawyer in the brown light gray suit is thinking? Are there any readers in the house?
Yeah, he's going, can I get to the bar yet?
I actually think this is a detective, guys. Because you see him going, you see this gentleman, the gentleman right now that looks like he's asleep.
And yeah, this one right here. You guys can't see it because I'm paused. Never mind. The guy in the dark suit next to the light gray suit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He looks like he's sleeping.
Yep.
But they go out with her when she gets her sentence.
Makes sense.
My sister's name is close to yours. Oh, nice. Someone said the courtroom Donna or Charlie was in had a defendant's chair that weighed about 80 pounds, so it couldn't be picked up and thrown. Oh.
I like the way you say
I was
thrown.
hoping that they just wanted them to have the nasty chair. Any mind readers in the house? Wouldn't that be something? Rochelle. I get called Rochelle all the time. All right, Jamie, we're on the end. We're getting there.
All right, here we go.
I'm confident in her beliefs and her abilities to make something right out of all this. That is all. Thank you all for your time.
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would like to invite Jamie up to address the court.
This is dreadful.
Yes, ma'am, you may proceed. You're welcome.
My name is Jamie Komarovsky, and on the night of April 28, 2023, I chose to drink and drive, which resulted in the death of Samantha Miller and the serious injuries of Eric Hutchinson and injuries to family members Benjamin and Brogan. This is the worst decision I have ever made in my life, and it has affected the lives of so many. First and foremost, I want to address all the victims of the accident I caused and say how truly and deeply sorry I am.
Pause it. I'm wondering if this statement, her statement to the court, goes into court record. Because if it does, I want to see it. Because I would almost bet right there her lawyers got, after a certain word, turn around and look at audience.
I do believe that it will go into the record. It should go into the records. But I would just like to say that I'm up here to fight for myself and hope that you believe that I actually feel bad for what I did. This bitch. I can't with
Yeah.
these people.
But it sounded the way she said it and how her and him turned at the exact same time. I would
Yep.
almost bet it's written on there. Turn and look at audience.
Turn and look at family.
Yeah. Well, this guy's a little heartless. I would bet you it says audience. Patricia says first and foremost is a bit formal, right?
Oh
I
yeah, it
agree.
is. Especially, well, she's not that young. I keep wanting to think she's so much younger. She's so stupid and immature.
What case, Leah, couldn't you watch? Couldn't watch that case. He's way too
Isn't-
nauseating.
Maybe the Wade Wilson one?
Oh, the Wade Wilson. Yeah.
Maybe.
His jail calls though are gold. I tell you.
I bet he did, Shiraz. Well, I can't talk today. I
thought that
he wrote
earlier
it.
too.
He had to have wrote this.
I believe it was written for her. Because, well, there's one line that I was yelling at my TV. I'll tell you when it is. I think he might be thinking, I hate sitting on the defense side. I hate this. Defense lawyers get a lot of money. Like, I won't lie. If I would have been a lawyer, I would have been a defense lawyer. They get paid more than state attorneys do. Or crown attorneys in Canada. All right. I'll shut up.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay. Let's go.
To my poor decision, a beautiful life was taken. A wife, sister, daughter, and friend of many is no longer with us. And for that, while I know an apology to fix nothing, all I can say is how incredibly remorseful I am. I also am truly sorry and remorseful for the physical and emotional pain I caused to the other family members. I wish I could go back and undo this terrible tragedy, but I cannot. I will live the rest of my life with immense regret for what happened that night. I also want to express my deep remorse and sincere apologies to all who were involved in this tragedy, including the first responders, police, friends, and families of the victims, and anyone who was hurt in any way due to my poor decisions that night. This will be something that impacts all of you for the rest of your lives. I take full responsibility for the tragic outcome that my decisions have made. I will carry this guilt with me for the rest of my life. And as much as I wish I could go back in time and have none of this happen, I know that cannot be done. A lesson I have learned is that just because you have good intentions or would never want to hurt anyone, if you aren't being responsible for your actions, you can and you will hurt people.
Oh my God.
I know I am going to be punished for these actions, and I agree that it is something that must be done. I would like to make it clear that whatever my punishment is, I will use the time to better myself, spread awareness about the dangers of drinking and driving, continue to help others with addictions through AA, and work every day to improve myself to give maximum service to the community and my fellows. Some ways I plan on doing this include staying extremely involved in AA and the fellowship of helping people recover from their addictions. I am able to do this because I know what it is like to be an addict. I did not want to believe that I had addiction to alcohol before this tragedy, and so I told myself every day I was normal. The fact was, though, that I was helplessly addicted to alcohol, and that I was living every day with no meaning. This led to me not caring about how my actions would affect others. I never want to live my life that way again.
That's amazing,
I
JJ.
hope to help people to never have to feel that way as well. After completing my sentence, however long Your Honor decides, I plan on going back to school to get a master's degree in animal-assisted therapy. This degree will allow me to follow out my dreams of being able to help people recover from PTSD, anxiety, depression,
Can you pause it?
and more with the use of rescue animals.
Please don't let her near a rescue animal.
No. How tone deaf is this bitch? She's got a man sitting behind her that wishes nothing more than he dies every day, that's battling PTSD, anxiety, and plus Ben is battling this. And she's sitting there saying, when my sentence is done, I'm going to work with people with PTSD and anxiety. How tone deaf is she? Did she not listen to those victim impact statements?
No, she just followed instructions. Looked like you're crying.
Like that line, just, I was yelling at my TV.
She said something else. She said something else that I wanted to pause it because it really it kind of made my head snap. I'm like, wait, what did you just say? I don't remember what it is now, but I mean, she has no idea. It just is mind-boggling. I guess that's the best word to put it when it comes to this girl.
So tone deaf.
I know what it was. It pissed me off to no end that she, yes, and granted, I think that her name is done this way in this also, but you know, she'll say a wife, but yet she'll continuously call her Ms. Miller. I'm like, I don't know. For me, that just irritates me. She was his wife. That means that's just my own ranting and my own just irritation with this bitch.
No, I agree. That bugs me too, but I'm just wondering if it's the same in the States as it is here. So even though you marry someone, you don't instantly take that name. You have to go through the legal process to change the name or hyphenate your name.
Yeah, you do here too, because my name is hyphenated, but my daughter, she got married. She hasn't changed her name yet. So
yeah.
And now she's not with the guy, so I guess it worked out in her favor.
Yeah.
However you want to look at that.
Oh, Leah, you're right. Wade Wilson is very creepy. Shiraz says, I think that's a job that requires some degree of empathy. She don't even know the meaning of the word. She doesn't. You're right. Oh, Shiraz says, back in a few.
Yeah, but those pets or those animals, no. I mean, they're not going to just sit there and look at her and be like, oh, you're such a good person. They know. Our animals aren't stupid.
No, but just imagine Eric sitting there and her talking about animals for PTSD, things like that. And it's a great thing. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, yes. Yes, it is. I agree with you. This bitch has no room to speak on that at all.
No, none.
At all.
None. JJ says, I was injured by a distracted, maybe drunk driver. The investigation was really bad, but the EMS and police saved my life. I'm so grateful they were there for you, JJ. And I'm sorry that happened to you. Leah says, I think the judge is buying some of this. I didn't think so. Oh, JJ, so sorry to hear that. Was there any justice?
I think that when it comes to the judges, I mean, the judge has to, for the most part, the judge has to sit there and she can't look like she's swaying one way or the other. But that judge was looking at this girl the entire time as the families were giving their victim impact statements. And she saw everything we saw. The judge, you know, they look at those things, but she can't make it look one way or the other like she's leaning, like, oh, I like this girl, or oh, I can't stand this bitch.
Yeah. All right. We'll get back to it.
All right.
Lastly, I want to share my story with as many people possible in order to try and prevent tragedies like this from happening to other families. I want to emphasize the importance of warnings of drinking and driving to college students as well as young adults who haven't heard the message since high school. It is vital that the warnings of drinking
Bam,
and
not
driving
her
don't
words right
stop
there.
after the age of 18. I feel we all need to be reminded, no matter what our age is, so that the reality that this can happen, if not careful, stays fresh in people's minds. I have never been in trouble before, but one isolated decision of mine devastated so many lives. All of this work I plan on doing will be dedicated to Samantha and her family. Unfortunately, it took this incredible tragedy and terrible incident to wake me up to the extent of my addiction. I hope to help people wake up and rehabilitate before it's too late. Because every single decision we make has consequences. And knowing you have taken a beautiful life from this world is something I will live with every moment of every day going forward. A life that
should.
should have lived on to fulfill all of her dreams and ambitions, who would have helped so many people in her life, all because of my own inconsiderate and thoughtless actions. I want the last thing that I say to be that from the very bottom of my heart, with every fiber in my being, how sorry I am, and that I take full responsibility for my actions.
Well, shed a tear, please.
Hopefully one day you will be able to forgive me, but I know forgiveness must be earned. Regardless of whether that day ever comes, please know that I will always be devastated, deeply ashamed.
Not as much as they are.
of what I have done.
I am literally turning at, like, moving my body to try to look around his damn shoulder to see if I can see little notes.
I bet you there
You know,
is.
Did you notice the way, like you said earlier, he turns as she turns, like he turns her almost. But then he had this look on his face that really was disgusting just now. It was
But
just
where she lost her place and he had to point to it, because it's not her words. She would have known what was coming next if they were her words.
right. All right, sorry. That was something I noticed. I'm like, wait a minute. I was trying to, like, literally, I was trying to, I don't know if anybody else has ever done this, like you're playing a video game or something and try to look around the corner, even though it's on a screen. I was trying to look around his shoulder to see if I could see the notes. So it was a little sad, but here we go.
I pray God stands by the side of my victims.
Me too, Leah.
Their family and loved ones for the rest of their lives. Thank you.
I agree, Patricia. It's a script with and directions.
State regarding the defense request for credit for home detention pursuant to 24-13-40 for her house arrest.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, please report. Yes. The state's opposed to that credit,
Tell
although,
me why.
well, Your Honor, the state's position is that.
You can go through this, Jamie.
Trial, detention, incarcerations.
Sorry. My son came in the room. I didn't want everybody to hear. Where would you like me to go through?
Just you can go past him. He's just gonna argue right now why they shouldn't credit her time for home arrest, but
Oh, okay.
the judge denies that due to the fact that she wasn't allowed to go anywhere. She was only allowed to go and get her monitoring system done once a month.
So it's right here about good?
Yeah, because she takes a 5-minute break.
Right. Okay. Because after that, it comes into that. So that's why I'm
So
asking.
just go to where you see the judge sitting again.
Well, you know, if I do, oh, hold on. Sorry, I'm scratching my back. Because the way my what's called is, it jumps so quickly.
Leah says, if this girl gets out after doing 20 something years, I'm going to quit watching YouTube, I swear. Well, in 20 years, I'll be 68. I'm sure I'm not going to be following her anymore at 68.
Rochelle, quit aging me.
Oh, I will be.
Yeah, but I'm only a year behind you. Sorry, I could have gone a little further, but because of my mouse, I have to fix the settings, and I don't want to jump too far ahead and then miss it.
They're coming back in here in a minute anyway.
Okay. So I just figure we can just. Oh. For me, it's not a. All defense attorneys do that, Leah. For the most part, you'll see a lot of defense attorneys doing that, showing solidarity with their client.
What is PMG, Leah?
Oh, she's not upset anymore. That.
May be seated. I've listened very intently to everything that has been presented to the court, and I have taken into consideration the mitigation that has been presented. And based on what has been presented to the court, I find the following appropriate in the nature of sentencing. On the offense of reckless driving, reckless homicide, which is 2023 GS 103895, you're sentenced to the State Department of Corrections for a period of 10 years and $5,000 provided upon the service of 10 years. So, yeah. On both counts of felony DUI, great bodily injury, you're sentenced to the State Department of Corrections for a period of 15 years and $5,100 provided upon the service of 15 years. And on the offense of felony DUI with death, you're sentenced to the State Department of Corrections for a period of 25 years and $10,100 provided upon the service of 25 years. These sentences are concurrent with one another. You get credit for 241340 if that becomes applicable. And I think it is appropriate, and I queried Mr. Finch for a particular reason. It was not random. Our state legislature, in their infinite wisdom, amended 241340 to allow for time spent on monitored house arrest. And it was contemplated that a person get credit when they are basically in jail at home. And based on how Ms. Komorowski's home detention was structured, she was in jail, but for being at home. And I think it is appropriate that she receive credit for any time served on monitored house arrest or home detention. Those terms in my mind are interchangeable. From the period of 3/1/2024 through the present, and we'll calculate that and place it on her sentencing sheets. Again, these sentences are concurrent. I've ordered the ATU if it is available to her, and she will get credit for any time served pursuant to 241340. Thank you all for your time and your attention.
Really quickly, Rochelle, can
Yep.
we just for 1 second? I'm sorry. This judge frustrates me on only one part. And it's the fact that yes, she was on home monitor. She could only leave for that, going and getting her monitor or what the fuck ever. But yet, this is a girl who was on home or like house arrest, basically, meaning she could have anybody over any time of day. She didn't have this. She could be on the phone 24/7. She could be on the computer 24/7. She could do whatever the fuck she wanted 24/7, but before she had to be inside her house.
She could eat whatever she want, whenever she want, watch whatever she wanted on TV. She could sleep in her bed with her comfy pillows.
Now, that is not the same as being in prison. I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
And I was excited up until she said concurrently. I hate it when they do that. This deserved consecutively, in my opinion. I'll let her finish talking, but that I just wanted to point that out because that is not the same as being in prison.
Yeah, but just remember, guys, like we read earlier, she has to do at least 51 to 65% of her time. So she got 50 years. So she's at least going to do 25 years.
No,
Nothing
wait,
less
wait.
than 25.
But what you're not, I believe that it was, she got her highest one was 20 something years.
25 years.
Okay. So therefore, it's not a combination of all of them. What it is that her 25 years, that's going to be her maximum because the other sentences she got, they're running along with that sentence. So every day she does for that 25-year sentence, she's also doing for those other sentences. So 25 years is her max.
Oh, I didn't. Okay.
Yes, that's why it's concurrently. Now, if it had been consecutively, that would have been each sentence following the first, like the one before. So say she got, and I don't remember all of them, so I'm going to go 25, 10, and 15, okay? So say she had them running concurrently. She would do her 10, and then like as soon as that one, like the day that one ended, the other one would begin. So then she would have to do her 15. And then after that one, she would have to do her 25, making it be where she was in there. Somebody else do the math. It's 35, but
50.
40, like, yeah. Okay. So then she would have had to do 50 years. But because they're running concurrently, that means that they're running all together. So she'll be out in like 25 years. And if she only has to do 50 or whatever percent, she'll be out sooner if she gets paroled. It's infuriating. I can never say that.
Oh, now I'm very angry.
Do you see what I'm saying though?
Yeah.
That's how it runs by concurrent or consecutive.
And you're right. I wasn't really thinking about it because I was like, okay, the total is 50.
Right.
But you're right. Oh God, that makes me angry.
Exactly. It's frustrating and it's so, I can't say the word. Somebody else can say it.
My favorite part's coming up.
All right, here we go. Sorry for my outburst.
No, that's okay.
Today, have a good afternoon. And I believe the clearance of the courtroom to security, so I would ask that everyone stay in place and allow Major Bernstead and those who are assisting him.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
Valuables you have with your family. Leave that to them, so I would ask that everyone.
This
stay
bitch.
seated until
Sorry.
Security does what they need to do in terms of clearing the courtroom. And if Mr. Curry and his client are present, as soon as y'all get through doing that, if y'all could bring him in so we can take care of his matters.
These guys over here, I don't know. Oh, you can't see it. These three guys right here,
Yeah, the police officers.
they were the ones on the scene, right?
Yep.
Okay, just double checking.
Look at the husband.
Yep.
Then when it goes back to the back again, look at the mother.
Yeah. Wow. What a difference.
She's just chit chatting.
Because she was there for the camera. That's a Linda move.
Not a tear, nothing.
Who? Do we know who she is?
No, she came in the middle and sat down there.
I was just wondering because she kind of looks like she might be related to the mom.
She may be.
But I don't know.
Even the cameraman notices the difference.
He does. The sister, like, yeah. Sam's sister is behind the mom. That's interesting. I thought she would be with the rest of the family.
The mom does not sit with Sam's dad. She doesn't sit beside the brother, and she doesn't sit with the sister.
Or Sam's dad.
Well, that's what I said.
Oh, sorry. I'm so frustrated. Sorry. That was on me. I'll stop pausing.
JJ, that's Jamie.
Oh, thank you, JJ.
The cameraman is even picking up on this.
Oh, yeah. He's zooming in on her now. Well, not zooming in, but he's focused on her now. What did you miss, Leah?
Oh, just the contrast between the mom and the dad. And
Oh, okay. I agreed. Sure has. So I'm just going to run this video until you want me to stop. Rochelle.
Mm-hmm.
Whoops. Even the sister doesn't look really all that heartbroken like the husband does.
Did you hear that?
Look. No.
Okay, you got to go back like a few seconds and then don't say a word and listen.
Where are we right now, though?
I don't know where Mr. Cooper and. Who's on the other side of that page?
Here?
Yeah, try it there. Hear it?
What was that?
That's her.
The bitch?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. She
No,
in there.
you missed it. You missed it again. You're talking over it.
Sorry.
Sentencing sheets. Again, these sentences are concurrent. I will-
Too far.
I know. Hold on. Sorry. What? Okay, I'm so sorry. My daughter knocked on my door. I didn't want everybody to hear that. Okay. Do you want me to go back again?
Yeah, you're too far. Hold on.
Too far.
Let me see if
Tell
I can
me.
get it.
Yeah, tell me where to go because I'm gonna fix my mouse, guys. I'm sorry. It's a gaming mouse, and I always forget to change it when I'm doing this. If anybody plays games, they would understand. It's on speed mode.
Okay, so anybody that's heard the jail calls, you will understand. I'm gonna take Jamie's out. I'll put mine on.
Thank you.
You can hear her screeching in the back room. She does it a couple times. It's like my favorite part.
I did hear her screeching. It's just funny. They're strip searching her.
All right, I'm gonna play this, Jamie. Don't say nothing.
Or Mr. Cooper and.
Does it again.
Mr. Frazier? Yeah, are they? I don't know if they're here, I can send a message. Yes, Your Honor.
I appreciate it.
That's very nice of that officer. You can literally hear him say to Eric, anything you need, just let us know. That's very nice of him. You can hear her screeching like her jail call.
So basically, what's funny is all I'm picturing now is because I know that when inmates come into the courtroom and when they leave the courtroom, they have to be strip searched. And so all I can imagine is her being back there and then being like, okay, spread your cheeks. And she's like, ah!
Yeah, I just thought that was the funniest thing. It's like
It is hilarious. I was wondering what that screech was. I didn't even, because I think you can hear her talking back there during part of it. But that screech was freaking hilarious because I didn't realize that was her at first. I heard the screech, but
Leah says, no, I missed Jamie up there. Boo-hoo, the judge. I missed a good portion of then. I missed what the judge had ruled, what she said. I have to turn my TV up really loud because the sound in it sucks. Yeah. So she got 10, 15, and 25. Concurrent. So she will do less than 25 years. That sucks. That just sucks.
Exactly, Patricia.
But my thing was, let me get a close up of this.
Patricia, they told her to spread her cheeks back there.
Like, just the contrast of the husband and the mother
and the sister. Sister looks stoic next to her mom, or behind her mom, next to her mom.
Yeah, but you can't
Not-
see her face. You can't see her
Yeah,
face.
You
No,
can. Yeah, you can in a minute. If I promise you, that's why I made a comment about it. I said, wow, even her sister has no emotion. Like the sister has no emotion. Because she's right over here. What you can't even see where I'm pointing to anymore. Sorry. She's like behind the mom and to the left. Or next to the mom. Yeah, she's right there. I try to point at my screen and you can't see me point. But she's right there. And I think that's behind her mom to the left.
So you've got Ben here that's a victim.
The sister-in-law.
No.
Yeah.
So you got Eric. Yeah, one sec. You got Ben
Go
here
ahead.
as a victim. Eric, who is the victim plus the husband. You got Eric's sister right here, right beside Ben. Then you've got the mother, and she's just chit-chatting. Yeah, and you're right. The sister's looking straight forward.
No, she's giving side eye to somebody.
The brother left. Oh no, sorry. The brother's way over here.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, right here. That's her brother. There's so much distance. So the sister is sitting beside the mom. The brother's way over here. The dad of Sam is in this row. Like there's something going on in that family.
I wonder if it has anything, and this is just me now guessing at things, family drama. Let me take a guess. I wonder if this has anything to do with the lawsuit. And everybody's kind of going like, wow, the money. The money always plays a part in families, I swear. But I wonder if everybody kind of picked their sides and was like, wow, this is kind of wrong. Or the sister's right next to the mom. So maybe she was like backing her mom on it. I don't know. It's just a thought.
No, and Teresa looks kind of like a dysfunctional family to me, at least on this day.
Absolutely. Yeah. But I don't think the dysfunction started, anytime soon. I think it goes back.
Like I just
Rochelle, play the jail call.
Your ears are gonna bleed. I promise you. I can't get over this contrast.
Come on, Daddy-o.
I truly can't get over that. It is absolutely horrific.
You want to talk to Daddy-o? Is it just me or has McDonald's fries really gone down the tubes?
I know it was a short one. Oh, the bond denied. Okay, we're going to play the bond denied, but then even my daughter didn't act like that when she was TW. Oh my God. I think everything's abbreviation now. When she was 2. I'll play this one. But tomorrow night we'll play the longer ones.
Her sister and
We'll play this one and then we'll do the longer ones. I'm doing this just for you, Leah, because it's past my bedtime.
Oh, I have to tell Shirley something.
I
think sorry, Rochelle. I think Shiraz, for right now at least, we've got to make sure that we're not capitalizing when we write certain 3-letter words out, because it does look like you're trying to do OMG or LOL. And Rochelle's like, wait, was 2?
No, I got it now. I don't care about that. I get it now.
I just thought it was cute.
I was thinking everything's abbreviation now.
I know. That's why I said it. I was laughing because you said that.
Yeah, I have to spend less time on the internet.
Me too.
No, it's okay, Shrez. I'm thinking you should be laughing at me.
I always giggle at Rochelle.
I think the money is a division matter, but I think the mother didn't like Eric from the beginning. That one line.
Yeah, it sucks.
She spent a year planning her wedding and it sucked. All right, I'm going to play this. This is for you, Leah. If your TV's really loud, Leah, turn it down. You'll see why.
Informs Jamie that she did not get bond. Jamie's dad comes on the line as well. Take a listen.
Chelsea? Hi. Chelsea? Hi. Yeah. What happened? I lost. And what happened? You didn't get it. I'm sorry, James. I'm sorry. We're all devastated. It's okay, Jamie. Jamie, you gotta calm down. Take a breath. Jamie, it's okay. Listen. It's okay, Jamie. Just breathe. And, we're just counting down day by day. That's all we're going to do. Jamie, please be careful.
Could you imagine being on a phone next to her, trying to have a conversation? I'd be like, bitch, shut up.
I always shoved her head into the phone.
I know this.
Oh, it's crazy.
This is hard news. I know. It's okay, though. We're all here. We are all here, and you're going to chip away at it day by day, and that's all we can do. Jamie. Jamie, we have to be lucky that we have you, okay? It's not what we were hoping for, but we still have each other. We still love each other. Please
Guess
take
who
some
doesn't
deep
have
breaths.
someone?
We love you so much. James. Oh, no! It's okay. I'm just a store. It's okay, Jamie. It's okay. You have Josie, and, we're going to work through this day by day. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Jamie. Please try and just take some big breaths. Take some big breaths. Take some big breaths. And we all love you. And we're all here for you. And we're all going to fight for you. And, with this, the judge said he wants this trial to happen by, within the next 6-7 months. So, it's helping us to get through this entire process. It's not going to be a long time before all these final decisions are made. And every day you're alive is a blessing. And every day it's just chipping away at the sentence, okay? I know it's really, really... I'm sorry, Jamie. It's okay, Jamie. You're going to be okay. We love you. Please just try and breathe. try and breathe and calm down, okay? I'm so sorry. I love you so much. I love you. I love you, and this is really, really hard. But you know what? We're stronger than this. We're gonna get through this. And Jamie, you're gonna be okay. But please, I mean, we have to understand that God does these things. It may not be what we want right now, but we have to keep our faith in God, and He's doing this for a reason. And, you know, we have to trust in God that He knows the right way. What? You gotta take a deep breath. I'm so sorry, Jamie. I love you so much. I love you so, so much. Please be careful. I know that's what we were all hoping for, but God moves in mysterious ways, and, you know, maybe He knows that this is what's best for right now, okay? Just know that we're all here for you. We all love you. Everything's going to work out. Everything is going to be okay. And, you know, it's just so heartbreaking what happened today, right? And we just have to be thankful that we still have you. And you're in our lives, and we're in your lives. And, you know, we're blessed just for that. We just have to be thankful that we're all alive and here to love each other and talk to each other. And Daddy's going to work with Chris and Deb and me and Mommy, and everyone's going to work really hard to do everything we can for you, okay? I'm so sorry.
It truly sounds like she's being beat. We're blessed. You, not so much. And God does work in mysterious ways. This family needs to run and put their head under rocks, because people are going to be just tearing them apart for their victim, or their, not victim, their support statements.
What? It's okay, Jamie. Just, you gotta take a deep breath. And
Leah, this is her sister. Not her mother, her sister.
just try and calm down, deep breath. I know it's really, really hard. And we love you all so, so much, okay? And we have you here, okay? We have you here. And that's the most beautiful miracle of all, okay? And God didn't, we thought this would be the right thing to ask for, but God knows otherwise, and we have to put in faith in God that He knows the right things, okay? And this is happening for a reason, and it's going to work out. And, you know, every day is, you know, a hard battle, and every day God is with us to carry us through, and, you know, He's going to help us. I know you're hurting, and I'm so sorry. You want to talk to Mommy and Daddy?
No.
All right. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, we still got like 5 minutes left. You want me to get them?
Okay.
All right. 1 second.
No.
Jamie.
Daddy.
Jamie?
No.
Listen, things didn't go the way we wanted to, right? So we just have to make the best of the situation, don't we? Right? And we will, I'm going to be there for you every second, every step, and we are going to make the best of the best that we can. There was nothing more we could have done. I mean, they just figured that since you're from New Jersey, that, you were a flight risk, and, and that they couldn't count on them keeping track of you, and that's what they did. Okay? And we just have to, knuckle down, have to, figure out the best way to move forward. And, and one of the good things is that part of what they said was they are forcing the state, which they weren't happy with. So, we lost and they lost. Okay. We lost because we couldn't get you bonded. They lost because the judge told them that they better get their shit together and, and bring this thing to trial quickly. They could have stretched it out for 2 years. Okay. But that judge told them basically, you got 7 months to bring this to trial. Otherwise, you are definitely going to get bonded. Okay. He already said that. He said, if you don't do this in 7 months, I'm letting her out. Okay. Okay. So that cut in half, something like cut in half how long you would have had to wait to go to trial. Okay. And the state didn't like that. They were not happy with that whole thing. We weren't happy. They weren't happy. Nobody won. Okay. Everybody lost. All right. Now just remember, where you're at is extremely, extremely shitty to have to deal with. But you have so much support. Your whole family supports you all the way. We'll be able to help you make your time there as easy as possible. Okay. You will have everything possible that you can have. You will never want for anything that's available to you. You understand? I mean, you have to take a look around. Take a look around at some of the people that you're with, and it's not that you're lucky, but you're luckier than they are. Right? Okay? And there's nothing more we can do about it. The only thing we can do is hang tight, support each other, make sure you have everything that's available to you to have, and make the best of the really shitty situation. Right? There's nothing we can do. Daddy's got your back. I already got you a snack pack coming on Thursday. I set that up. I set that up. I said, you don't know something? I did this the other day. I said, I'm praying and hoping she gets out, but she may not. So I'd rather throw away a snack pack to make sure that she has one just in case. Okay? Yeah. All right? So any of that stuff, all that kind of stuff is going to continually happen for you. All right? And, any shampoo, commissary, all that stuff is going to, be there for you. Okay? We're going to make this as easy as possible for you. Okay? Some of them people you're with, they don't have family. They don't have friends to support them. They don't have, any commissary, any snacks, any nothing. They're doing the hard time, right? I mean, with your commissary, I mean, you can do movies, you can make phone calls, you have snacks. I mean, you're just going to have to adjust to, what you're going to have to be dealing with over the next couple of months, right? And it's going to be the best situation that we can make it. Anything that we can get for you, anything that I can provide for you any kind of extras, any kind of special items, anything like that, I will take care of and you will have it. Okay?
Thank you so much, Dad. I love you.
I love you, baby. Okay?
I love you so much.
I love you, baby. And we have a video call tomorrow. What time is it? 2:45 tomorrow. We have a video call. Okay. I couldn't get one for today. As soon as I got back to the room, I jumped on my computer to see if I can get one, but they wouldn't let me sign one up for today. Now, Deb and Chris are going to be contacting you today. Okay. I think that they have special access because they're the attorneys, right? So, they told me that they were going to try like crazy to get in touch with you today. All right. So right now, you're just going to have to, realize, where you're at and what's happening. And we are going to make the absolute best that we can out of it. You are going to have everything that is available to you, every single thing that you can have to make things better for you there, I will get for you. Okay?
Okay, I do.
All right? You'll be able to do movies in Nashville, snacks, and, and help your friends even, because I know that makes you feel good when you can help your friends, right? Because you have things and are able to, you have family that backs you, and your friends there, they don't have shit, right? They ain't got nothing compared to what you have, okay? And so you can help them also, right? And that makes you feel better. You can help yourself out.
Just remember, you're better than everybody else in there. And Leah, did the judge really say that, or is that just his way of coddling and enabling his 20-something-year-old? So, when she went for this parole and got denied, the judge did tell the state, bring this to trial. Like, you have so many months to bring this to trial. So that was said. But where he said nobody won. Yeah, she was denied parole, so she won, or state won. But she ended up getting a bond. It was $150,000 bond. She had her parents had a GoFundMe set up for it.
Help you help them.
You have 1 minute left.
And that makes you feel good. And there's only 1 minute left. And I love you. I'm going to pass it over. Call Mom, call me, in an hour or whatever. I'm taking CJ out on the pier for a walk. Call your mom in an hour, call your sister, but hold on, we got a minute. I'm going to let them say goodbye. I love you, baby. I love you.
I love you, Jamie.
I love you, baby. Jamie, I love you too, honey. I love you so much. I'm sorry. You call me back call me in an hour, okay? Can I call you now? Well, we got to get back in the car, and I got to get back to the room. So can you call me in half an hour? You want to talk to me right now? You want to call me back? Can I call you? Yes, baby, call me. Okay.
Thank you for using Secure. The caller has hung up.
Thank you.
Disgusting.
That's just one of them. How's your ears, guys? Are they bleeding? I had my darn headphones on when I turned this call on. I was quick to take my headphones off. I'm like, oh my God. It's like she's being murdered or something. Oh. Oh, Jane, you're right. His voice remembered deep thoughts on us. You're right. Oh. Your cats ran away. Oh. Oh, God. I took my headphones off right quick. I'm like, what the heck am I listening to? And then I could only think of, imagine these people on a phone beside her. Oh, like this part 1 we'll do tomorrow. It's a 2 hour and 11-minute call. It's a video call between her and her dad, but we'll do that one tomorrow. Yeah. Inner ear damage for the world, and think they think they are Corleones. Oh yeah. Yeah, they have that Jersey thing to them, right? I'm not saying anything bad about Jersey, but his dad thinks he's a Guido. He thinks he is. Or he thinks he is. Wait till you see the calls, the video calls. He's sitting there puffing on a cigar and he thinks he's just it. Well, Jamie, thank you for jumping on here because I thought I was actually going to get called out. But
No
thank
problem.
God other people took over and I didn't have to get called out.
Anytime.
No, I appreciate you for that. I think everybody, a Guido, you know what I'm saying, right? Is it Guido? Listen, I'm Italian. I understand what Guidos are.
I lived in Italy. Does that count? No, it doesn't.
No, you don't want to be a Guido.
I was kidding. I'm a
But
beaner.
I imagine him in his younger days. He walked around with his tearaway joggers and his wife beater with his gold chain, and I would almost bet in his younger days he thought he was just and he's Polish, so he would have been a horrible Guido for one. But guarantee he probably did that. Yep, Leah, her parents had a GoFundMe to help raise money for her bill.
Do we know how much money they got for that?
I tried to find it. It's closed.
Oh, too bad.
Yeah, that's what I was
Not
doing.
too bad that it's closed, but too bad that we can't find out.
Yeah, Corleones is the name of the family. The
Yeah.
Godfather. Yeah.
Oh, Marlon
yeah.
Brando was so beautiful once upon a time.
Yeah, they oh, it's just sad. I hope that we'll have to keep an eye to see how long. I'll look into seeing how long she has to do. So it said 51 to 62%. So
25 years.
Of 25 years. So that's
No
14?
less than 12.5.
Yeah, 12.5 years, no less. That's disgusting.
And that's at 50%, by the way, because I'm terrible at percentages. So I could do 50%. I could maybe do 75%, but don't ask me to do 51% because I
So
can't.
she is. She could be out at 39 years old, 40 years old.
And still out drinking.
Oh, so do I, Shiraz. I hope more prison calls come in after today. Yeah, so do I. I got a bail early morning. Jamie, have you seen A Streetcar Named Desire?
I have. Because there are certain men in that era that I'm so in love with and so obsessed with. Marlon Brando, James Dean. I mean, there's a list of them. But yes. On the Waterfront is my favorite with Marlon Brando from his early days.
Marlon Brando, Jimmy Dean, on the cover of a magazine. Grace Kelly. Posted.
You're in vogue, huh?
In vogue. All right, guys. I appreciate every single one of yous for joining for this. I thought this. I did not think she was going to plead guilty. I thought it was going to go to trial. So we'll just do some of her jail calls tomorrow night, and we gotta. I guess. Let's see. What day is it?
Today's the 2nd. Tuesday the 2nd.
It's the 3rd here now.
Oh, forgot.
So hello from the future, Jamie.
Hello. How's my tomorrow look?
Well, if you're in Canada, shitty. Hold on. Calendar. So next Tuesday is Donna's. I think Monday night we should do a Donna marathon. Oh, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, JJ.
Happy birthday.
All together. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear JJ. Happy birthday to you.
Yay. Cha-cha. That one.
Great show, lady. Had a blast, and I got a small surprise inheritance today. Wow, nice.
That is awesome. I know. December 6th, I have my 27-year-old's birthday, and then December 9th would be my 28-year-old's birthday, but he passed away when he was 4 months old, 22 days.
Yeah, what a day.
Those are hard back-to-back days for me. This December 6th and December 9th it's just conflicting. I'll say that much.
And Leah says, what a day. Sarah was exhausting. I had to have a lay down after watching that.
Not a drink, but a lay down. I bet Sarah wishes she had had a drink. Not the toilet wine. Well, that's probably all. Well, I guess that's what she has to settle for now, huh?
Yeah, she'll probably be
Was she not going on and on about being in AA in prison now?
Oh, yeah, in church.
Right? Well, everybody finds Jesus in prison.
Jane says, at Patricia, I got a windfall this week too. That is awesome,
Yay!
guys.
Can somebody send me a windfall?
Rochelle wants a windfall.
Right?
But I am
one.
so happy for both of you. That's awesome.
It is. Congratulations. I hope it was for good reasons. An inheritance. That's, I don't know. Could be sad. I hope it was for good reasons.
So congratulations on your windfall, guys, your inheritance to Jane and Patricia, and a happy birthday today to JJ.
Yay.
And that being said, guys, I'm going to sign off. I have to get up really early in the morning. So thank you all very much for being here, supporting me. And again, thank you, Jamie, for your help.
I love you, Rochelle. I love you to pieces.
Can't
No
wait
problem.
to meet you in person.
Right? Have a great night. I'll probably talk to you before you fall asleep.
Good night, everyone. Thank
Good
you.
night.